What up, gamers? How's it going, guys? We are going to jump in. I'm making a lobby now and inviting some folks over. Who is our number one choice? I'm gonna go pop open Challenge and see what we've got in terms of bracket. Oh, we got Sven and... Oh, sweet. It's actually kind of perfect. So we're gonna have Sven and Meat Not Included as our first round today. Sven hasn't played in a while. Somebody that I am familiar with. Pretty good player and cool guy. So interesting to see how he does here. We're on Creeping Swamp. Alright, Meat's here. Ooh, and on Grand Cathay. No freaking way. Let's go. What's up, Welsh? How's it going, man? Super interested to see some Grand Cathay into Chaos Tally, it looks like. Not the most common matchup. Grand Cathay is not around a whole lot. Regardless, it's not a very common faction, but is pretty strong. They've got some really good tools. Probably going to be pretty amazing when the DLC comes out and they get some okay infantry. Or at the very least, some good damage dealing infantry, I should specify. Alright, I'm going to dip out for a second. Let these guys pick their army in peace. And try and eat as much food as possible. That way, minimize the amount of time I'm doing that on stream. Alright, sick. Alright, we're done chilling. Taking a break from eating. I got enough fuel in me for a bit. After a couple games, I'll take another little break. Ooh, super cool build. Whoa, Celestial General, Satang, Astromancer, on the Moonbird. Double Deathstreak Rocket. Double Deathstreak Rocket will be pretty decent at poking either of the characters. Like either the General or the Astromancer. The Satang is a little too tough for these things. I'm very curious to see how this plays out. So we got a Fireglaive, got some Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders, quite a few of those guys. And then obviously the double Deathstreak mixed in. And Astrogoth is going to be our Lord of Choice for the Chaos Dowie. Honestly, pretty solid all the time. Astrogoth is pretty cheap considering his punching power. Especially when he's got his Black Hammer of Hashut active. He can really get in and thump in melee. He's got some pretty amazing damage output with the weapon strength, getting up 50% in total, plus a 20% fire weakness that he imbues with this. It's close to 1k that he can do in damage to, like, relatively unarmored characters. Astromancer is going to need to be really careful. But even the General and Satang can get pummeled by him. Satang especially, because he's not very good in melee combat at all. Really low melee defense. Melee attack is low-ish. He's kind of like a Cygor in a lot of ways, Satang. Longer range and better missile overall.
Soldiers, do not fear. Our ancestors will see how hard you fight, and their judgment goes far beyond this world. So fight for them, and for Cathay!
Alright, beautiful. So we just got our boy, he's walking forward, trundling along with the Jade Warriors underfoot. Celestial General and Astromancer are just looking for opportunities. Goblin Wolf Raiders are a little spread out. They're just grabbing all 3 points, which is really smart, especially against a build like this, where your opponent is going to be stressed for cap weight in the early and mid game. There's only 6 infantry units here. It's not like tremendously high quality infantry over here for the Chaos Dowie. Really nice dodge from the Astromancer. It's not great infantry quality. Which is why the Hobgoblin Archers are being used so aggressively to take these points here. So Moonbird has a couple really cool things. Just really good combat stats in general, but you get Cloak of Pomei, which is a huge augment to wins. Very quick recharge time. Moonflare, you've got Vortex, that also is a snare. It's very powerful. At clearing out even high-quality infantry like the Infernal Guard. In fact, the Infernal Guard get blasted by Satang there. He just drops the Windbow and pops half the unit down almost. Plenty of models survived, but they lost a lot of HP here. And Death Shrieks. Satang gets a nice shot in, but he's looking a little low. He's definitely not going to want to stick around in the open field for much longer. He's jumping back into the woods here. Let's see if these rockets make contact. They come at a pretty high angle. They both end up hitting the trees, though. That is definitely pretty agonizing. The Chaos Dowie here, who do want to try and find a little bit of an evener after their very expensive missile units got popped in the face. Astromancer is looking a little raggedy. He's getting shot up by a lot of these hobgoblins. They're doing some good damage to him. Does have fire resistance and some missile res, which is awesome against all these flaming bows. Definitely helping him out and distracting here against the Chaos Dowie. But the Death Streaks are putting in a lot of damage on the characters. Celestial General's gotten lit up. Astromancer's gotten attacked a few times. Do finally get a cannon in. Something to consider and keep in mind about the Grand Cathay cannons in this matchup is fire damage on them. Means that they are losing out on a decent amount of weapon strength in a lot of situations. That missile strength going down can make pretty big difference as to who wins certain engagements in the trades. More double Death Streak action. Jade Warrior's getting deleted over here by this Flamestorm from Astrogoth. Oh, baby. That is value right there. Down to less than half health. Maybe even as low as a third. Even a quarter. Struggling pretty mightily. Good jump at the Onyx Chromin, though. They just land right in front of these Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders. Rip them up, and they're going to be escorted off the side of the map there, it looks like. Peasant Horsemen coming in on the other side of the field here. Where are the Infernal Guard? The Infernal Guard Fireglaves are here and currently running from a Chain Lightning. It's also doing some pretty hideous work to the Wolf Raider bows. Peasant Horsemen end up running into their own spellcasting and into some pretty heavily armored infantry. Bull Centaur Renders come in, they're going to clear those guys off. Infernal Guard Fireglaves should just shoot Satang here. Decent engagements from Meat. He's definitely gotten this one Death Streak pretty low. It's on the verge of breaking here. One more shot would probably send it packing. Just don't know if we're going to have time for that from Satang. Both of those Death Streak rockets swap over to him. Does actually get the shot off, so it could be gone. Satang is going to get tagged here, down to 3,300 HP, really struggling quite badly right now. The Kadai Fireborn, though, are getting run over by the Astromancer and the Celestial General, but some good poke coming in from all the bows here. Infernal Guard Fireglaves looking to shoot up Satang a little bit, get a beautiful volley off on him there, taking him down to 1,500 HP. Nice Uranans in response, though, on the Infernal Guard Fireglaves. Now, it's been a pretty even trade. I would say that both sides have removed quite a bit of their opponent's high-value targets. Like, for Cathay, they've lost Satang here. He's been caught by Bull Centaur Renders as well now. He's definitely going down. Bull Centaur Renders can jump out here and defend the number 3 objective. Now, one Death Streak is basically on death's door. Not really going to be all that useful from here on out. We get a nice swap over on targets from the artillery piece for the Chaos Dowie. Death Streak going back after the Celestial General again. Another Bull Centaur Render out, and Goblin Laborers are all running, but Cathay is not really holding the points all that well. They do grab the number 3 up top, and they're desperately clinging on to number 2. I just don't know how long that's going to last, and Astrogoth is getting pretty wild in the pit here. He's found the Astromancer. He's putting a beat down on him. Astromancer not doing too hot right now. Despite having some decent fire res, Astrogoth is finding some pretty good success just poking in against the fairly low damage output that the bird offers in melee. Moonbirds are good monsters, but they lack armor piercing, which does make them a little bit lackluster. It's a beautiful jump on the Crane Gunners out in the open field. Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders get all over those guys, pull them down pretty quickly. Bull Centaur Renders getting rid of some Peasant Horsemen out on the number 3, while Goblin Laborers are just chilling, trying to take that down. Infernal Guard Fireglaves are just going to do whatever they can to poke here. Not really in a great spot, to be honest. They got pummeled pretty badly by magic and some artillery. Satang's Windbow took a bunch of them out. Crane Gunners, another Crane Gunner on the way in, is opening up on the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders. Desperately trying to peel for the Astromancer. We have not seen enough Moonflare and magic usage from Cathay. There's been a unfortunate lack of it in this particular game. Bull Sensor Renders striking deep to compromise the Crane Gunners. The Crane Gunners are on top of a Vanguard spawn point, and Meat's got the points in his back pocket, supplies-wise, to bring something out and try and push these guys back, but it doesn't look like anything's coming out in time. It's a huge loss. Cathay Cannons are ripping some units up, but Bull Sensor Renders on the other side of a nice tree line. Void pretty much all but that last shot, and even that one didn't put in a whole lot of work. Celestial General is just too expensive on this big bird. He's a really good character. Celestial Sweep is awesome. Fearsome Roar does some amazing leadership debuffing. And none of that's really going to work here against this Chowie build. I mean, maybe you could have focused Astrogoth a little bit earlier, perhaps, but even that's probably not really worth it. Pretty hard to actually kill Astrogoth when he's so low to the ground and fast, man. Astrogoth having 60 speed. Pretty crazy, IMO. Bull Sensor Render's getting point blanked by the Grand Cannon here, taking a ton of damage. Jade Warrior Halberds come right up in front of him. These guys are jumping out back into the forest here, losing a lot of models on them, but there's a good buffer between Sven and Meat in terms of the value that each has. Although, if you're throwing away your Bull Centaur Renders like this, man, you just gotta get them back out here, up into the cover provided by this tree line on the number 3 objective. There's also some Jade Warrior Halberds up here, and you can definitely help defend up top there if you wanted to. You got a bunch of Chaos Dowie Warriors pushing the low ground now. You should definitely just keep scooting those guys forward, trying to get them engaged. Beautiful Chain Lightning. Chowie in general suffer horrifically against vortexes. This one does rotate a little far out of the way of the rest of the unit, but at the very least it provided the Cathay forces with a fighting chance, I guess. As long as the Righteous Lances of Wei Jin here can cycle charge a little bit, Moonbird can maybe drop Vortex, but the Moonbird is just going to rout again. That's brutal. The Moon Flares have been desperately needed. Now the Chowie Warriors are looking the worse for wear here. Very beat up. Not getting a whole lot of value either. And for the Moonbird to actually survive that shot is pretty critical here. Empress Croman almost get rid of the Death Shriek rocket launcher. Middle objective being held down barely by Astrogoth and his goon squad. Up top here, ooh, super smart. Hobgoblin Sneaky gets come in with the Bull Sensor Render unit and actually break this Jade Warrior Halberd open. Very impressive combo. Hobgoblin Sneaky Gets are shockingly good into stuff like Halberds. Even if they're heavily armored units, just because the Precursor Missile does some pretty decent damage, and they do have a bonus versus infantry. And Halberd infantry typically have fairly low melee attack at base. And then can oftentimes, without their bonus, just struggle to hit anything at all. I do kind of like them as an option. Very nice win for Sven. Awesome stuff. Hobgoblins just running rampant over the field. The Bow Cav and the melee variants got some very important picks in this game. Saw one of the Crane Gunners go down to them. They got some good damage off. Just cycle charging down the Peasants and the Jade Warriors that were trying to hold the front line. A couple of Onyx Crowmen got pummeled by them. Empress Crowmen did pretty good. They were a very valuable unit. Not too shocking, though. Typically speaking, they'll get around 1200 value if you use all their little bombs and then dive bomb them into the right kind of fight. Regular Onyx Crowman a little less effective. Yep, good value there. Astrogoth did a lot of heavy lifting, clearing out the infantry. 199 kills, 1700 value. Death Shrieks were very valuable. Great damage on one here. helping whittle down Satang and the characters, and the other one doing a little bit of that and also shooting some infantry. Didn't stick around on the field nearly as long. Not really the end of the world, especially when you just have the rest of your army also contributing in terms of their value. You don't always want like 1 or 2 units to be going off and just providing tons and tons of value. It's best, and more often than not, if your army is value trading efficiently across the board, it's usually better than just having a unit that's doing a majority of the heavy lifting. It's a better sign for the overall health of your build. So I would say Sven definitely has a pretty set one here against Cathay. Curious to see what Meat is going to be bringing in some of the future rounds, because I don't know if the Moonbird and the Celestial General are the call if you're not able to utilize all of their abilities. No Moon Flares, probably like 1 Celestial Sweep and a Fearsome Roar. Not nearly enough for how expensive those characters are. Like, if we wanted to, we could just come over here and take a little peek at what that build cost. It was pricey, man. And Chain Lightning, Uranins, Moonbird. Didn't have Silk Robe, didn't have Cloak. Don't remember if the Roiling Skies passive was on this guy. I would assume so, though. It's definitely a good call. I believe it was Sweep and Brass Cleaver, and then just on the Celestial line. Just these two guys is 4,200 gold, and then you're adding Satang into that mix. Like, I cannot lie. Satang is cool. He's got some good, matchups. I don't think Chaos Dowie works that well for him. To be honest, I think right here is as far into characters as you need to go. I would just try and get some decent artillery on the field with a nice spread of Jade Warriors. Even just do something like this. Very straightforward build. Couple Jade Warriors, Peasant Long Spears, Jade Warrior Crossbows to provide harmony to these guys. Astromancer, Celestial General can be using their abilities and their magic to go smack stuff up. And you can just use the Grand Cannon for what it's good at, which is just blasting everything. Even losing some weapon strength because of the fire resistance isn't that big of a deal. It hurts a little bit with the Kadai especially, because they also have some Fizz Res, but I would definitely say it's what you're looking for if you're going to have any kind of success in this matchup. I do like the Crane Gunners. You could probably stand to get... What else could you get in here? Another cannon? Wouldn't even be bad. Honestly, another Jade Lancer. One thing that Chaos Dowie struggle against is melee cavalry. Especially cavalry with good shock damage. Because here's the thing about the Chaos Dwarves. They've got a pretty heavily armored roster. But most of the time you're going to see Chaos Dowie warriors who have 85 armor. And yeah, that's pretty juicy. With the charge bonus of 55 from the Jade Lancers, though, a little bit of harmony support, these guys get pretty juicy with the melee attack and melee defense buff. They end up being able to grind a little bit while also putting down good shock damage, so they're great for just cycle charging in and out of combat off of some assistance from Onyx Crowmen. Onyx Crowmen, basically what you do, Jade Lancers charge the front. Onyx Crowmen land on the rear. Jade Lancers pull back, bring a character in, dive bomb that position, and either terror out it with the Astromancer. Astromancer? Yeah, it does cause terror, I was about to say. You can either do it with him or use the Celestial General and his Roar and Celestial Sweep to just try and clear everything off. Fearsome Roar removes ITP, by the way, which is something that can come in handy against the Chaos Dwarves. Or wait, does it? I thought they had some ITP units. Apparently not. Never mind. I mean, I guess just for removing the leadership, it's nice. Just make sure that nothing is going to be holding in extra long. It's really just the Blazing Beards of Basharik that have ITP, huh? Dang, that's crazy. I could have sworn it was a few more units. I thought it was Infernal Ironsworn at the very least. You've got plenty of artillery, though, for the Chaos, for some of the Chaos Dowie units. Like, if they bring really expensive infantry, you've got crane gunners, and you still have your cannons. Cannons will still kill infantry models, even with the fire resistance. What are we going for here? I've got some replays from a tournament I was in the other day. It didn't go very well. I wasn't playing very good, to be honest. Yeah, man. I'm still here. How's it going, Piston? I hope you're doing good. Alright, and we got replays. So let me go and grab those. What is going on in here? Oh. Hold on, guys. I gotta do something real quick. What the hell is happening? Dude, I swear Windows is freaking wonky. Something is eating up all my local disk space on my SSD, and I have no idea what it is. And then it fluctuates and it goes away, so God, I'm gonna have to do more clerical work with my computer again. Super fun. That's why you get, that's why everybody should have upgraded to Linux. I'm regretting not doing it now. So let's check out some Tzeentch into Lizardmen. Excuse me. This is a matchup I actually think the Lizardmen are favored in. I don't think that this is the kind of build that is going to be super effective against Tzeentch. Honestly, against Tzeentch, you just want to max out on missiles. You barely even want a front line against them.
The Winged Lord has shown me their destiny, and only death awaits them here.
I'm actually kind of a huge fan of just going Star Chamber Guardians in this matchup in terms of like melee units, because that unit just thumps really hard, does a ton of damage. You can bring some cheap characters to spread around on the battlefield and make sure that they get unbreakable. And then just going with skink cohorts, and chameleon skinks are really good here. They struggle into Zangors, yeah. Zangors, and there's a lot of Marauders, so there's like a decent number of shields here. Regardless of the shields, Marauders are pretty vulnerable to chameleon skink fire, and they're really good for shooting stuff like Exalted Flamers, which they immediately open up on, get a nice little chunk of damage. Don't really get through the shield, though, which is a bit of a problem, and they're going to take a nasty return shot here, maybe. Pretty fortunate they dodge a majority of the damage. Pulling back in good order, continuing to drop some shots on Zangors. Zangors not really the play. Silver shields mean you're just not going to do any damage through that. Javelin cohorts are creeping forward, and we're going to see where they open up. Probably want to just... These guys you could hit on the flank through the unshielded part. That'd actually be really good value. Skin cohort's getting pretty close in, considering they definitely want to get all their ammo out before they get shot to bits here. Skin cohort's going to pull back. Zangor's moving in. We've got the solar engine poking at the Zangors. Definitely want to swap over to the Exalted Flamer. Solar engines kill Exalted Flamers pretty quickly. It turns them into not much of a threat at all. Definitely want to see the firepower going down there. And the High Priest has Tempest, Arcanum Forging, and Apotheosis. Definitely want to see some abilities and spells coming out here to flip the tide. Apo on the Source Warriors over here. Chameleon Skinks can focus fire. The Pink Horrors. Good Croxagore call-in. They're definitely going to take the edge off in these engagements against the Zangors. These guys are not the best unit in the world. Croxagores are pretty limited in what they excel at, which is really just fighting mid-tier infantry like Zangors. But those kind of units can give the Lizardmen headaches at times. See how they do. Definitely need to get them away from the Severed Claw, though. Halberd Aspiring Champions are not the play for Croxagores. They're going to get slapped down here if they don't run. Yeah, you can see the Severed Claw already getting some great value. Blood Statuette of Spite gets popped on a Marauder unit. Not really worth it. I would save the Statuette, to be honest. It's very powerful. You'd much rather use it on Marauder Horsemen. Against infantry, it's a little bit wasted in terms of its efficiency. Nice Final Transmutation, hammering the Slan here. He's taking a lot of work. Exalted Flamer is opening up on him as well and doing some good damage. Not really cracking through because of the missile resistance this guy offers, but nonetheless standing tall here. Swords have ground down quite a few Marauders, but they're getting surrounded at this point. Way overextended. Blue Horrors on their back. Zangors all over them. Double Zangor, man. Oh, the pressure from Dalton is pretty nasty because he's just bringing a lot of decent pushing power in. So the Skink cohorts are alive. The Saurus front line, though, really not getting much of anything done. This is pretty common against Tzeentch, too. Because Saurus have fairly low armor values. Pinks and blues actually slap them up pretty bad. And Exalted Flamers make it even worse. This Exalted Flamer has not really fired a lot of ammunition against any infantry. A lot of it has just been heavy lifting from the Zangors and the Tzeentch frontline infantry. They've honestly traded out way better than the Lizardmen infantry has so far. Which I'm not too terribly surprised by. The reason you bring the Star Chamber Guardians is you just set them up off the point, or just on the home objective that you want to hold. Say you want to hold the #1 objective and make this your home. Star Chamber Guardians walk up onto that point and they don't leave, and you retreat anything valuable through them, so that your units are always safe. A bit of a misfire from the Solar Engine, just completely whiffs on the Severed Claw there, and we get another beautiful Final Transmutation. Yeah, and the Porcelain Mage Priest down to 100 HP. Not having a good go of it this game. Just really was hard countered by the fact that Tzeentch went a pretty wide ground-based force instead of bringing any specialists up in the air. No change bringers or anything crazy like that. All ground-based units. Arcanum Forging is really the only thing here that was going to be providing decent value damage-wise. High Magic is really good against Tzeentch, but I really do believe that you want Soul Quench in this matchup. Soul Quench is honestly pretty good at punishing stuff like Zangors. It's got crazy long range too,
One of your units has been
and
destroyed.
turns your slan into like a little mobile artillery battery almost. I wonder what Soul Quench does damage-wise to a flamer. I actually think it does anything. Anyway, Solar Engine is poking, but the ammo has not been used very effectively. It just needed to sit on the Exalted Flamer. The Flamer got to fire all its ammo, and it has gotten its value back. And now the Chameleon Skinks are getting run down on the outside by Forsaken and Centigores. Kind of a disaster. Russian is just not bringing units in quickly enough from reserve. And he's kind of YOLOing in his really expensive options all alone. Like, the Colossadon Hunter's a great unit. Terrible unit if they get shot at by missiles. And Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch, with their javelins being accurate and hard-hitting, pretty much a death sentence for these Colossadon Hunters to be anywhere within their firing range right now. Severed Claw with 1400 value, very solid performance from them. Sorcerer Lord with 1200, massively outperforming the Slant. Slant had about 600 value, maybe. Really didn't get a whole lot done this game. Cold One Riders are intercepting some Blue Horrors in the back line, and some Saurus Warriors with shields coming back out onto the field. A Chameleon Skinks fully run down by the Centigores, who have 1000 value and well within the range at which they're still close to max effectiveness. They have lost some HP, but they still have 55 models. They've got perfect vigor thanks to Rowdy, so they're going to be thumping at max efficiency here for a little bit longer. Beautiful final transmutation again. Would be nice to just see our Tzeentch players save up for an upgraded version of this for the next time he wants to throw it down on a Solar Engine. Otherwise, you just save up for Searing Doom. Honestly, like a timing Searing Doom right here on these Skinks would be pretty devastating. Although not really needing it, that is a beautiful cast on Lamprey's Bite. Chunky damage on the Skink Skirmishers and the cohort here. A beautiful rear charge on Feral Cold Ones, breaks them instantly. Leadership penalties looking real bad for the Lizardmen. They get pretty flimsy when it comes to leadership if their lord dies, because Skinks honestly have pretty awful base leadership. It's not the worst in terms of how cheap Skinks are. It's pretty nice, but they have no real resilience in terms of sustainability because of their low stats. They really need every bit of leadership possible so that they can sit with stuff like Croxagores, and the Croxagores and the shooting can do a majority of the heavy lifting. I think this is just a little bit too honest against Tzeentch. Tzeentch really doesn't like it when you counter their missile play with better missiles, and Lizards have a ton of options for keeping Tzeentch in check, and we just really haven't seen a very clean arrangement of all these Lizardmen shooting tools to try and control the Tzeentch army. Just rushing up and trying to fight into a bunch of Zangors isn't a bad idea, but when they're backed up by a Flamer, Pink Cars, a Blue Har, Severed Claw, Searing Doom support, and then just some Centigores, some very clean Tzeentch build, not very focused on Changebringers or anything like that. Probably because he's expecting Russian guy to have all the typical Lizardman answers to those units. I really like this combination of forces. Just like lots of durable shielded infantry, backed up by a few tools to like punish the Lizardman shooting. I'd get rid of the Chaos Chariot and probably this regular Screamer and get a Centigore, and then maybe look to upgrade somewhere else as well. Get rid of this Marauder. Actually, the Marauder of Tzeentch and the Chaos Chariot, just cut the two of those and get another Centigore, and I think you're pretty golden. I don't think chariots are very good into lizards. Lizards are way too high mass. And feral cold ones actually destroy chariots because of how much AP they have. It's really gross. You don't want to deal with it. The only chariot that's good against lizardmen would be Razorgore chariots. Just because Razorgore chariots are the best in the entire game, though. Lizardmen can still shut them down pretty hard if you get caught out. So you get some Empire, and Tobias has been on the grind, and has been getting better and better pretty rapidly, so I'm curious to see what happens here. We got Jimmy with the Skink Oracle and Krokgar combo. Krokgar on Grimlock, I think, too. Although he may just be on a... Actually, he may just be on a horned one, because we got a lot of Saurus. And Saurus are 800 gold apiece with the shields. Yeah, there he is. He's just running around on his horned one. Still a really good mount for Krokgar. Very fast, relatively hard-hitting. He's got good weapon strength, great charge bonus, Colossal Strike, Sacred Spawning. Hand of the Gods is going to be really good against the Black Lions. If we can see some good movement on the HP front in getting rid of the Black Lions, it could be a pretty short game in favor of Jimmy. It's a tough matchup for the Empire. They struggle into the Lizards. Not necessarily because the Empire doesn't have tools to clear out Skinks and Saurus, but because of Coldwind Spear Riders hard countering Empire Knights, and even Demogryph Knights struggle pretty mightily. Even if they're the Halberd variant against all of the cold ones of the many different flavors, Feral, Spear, and Cudgel Riders alike. All of them really good into the Empire Cav, and without the Empire heavy cavalry support, State Trooper front lines just completely melt. They are really, really weak in terms of their combat prowess. They just don't beat much of anything. Do have a captain. He's providing some buffs, hold the line, a little bit extra leadership. It's really 8 extra leadership because he gives the +4 and then the encourage is another +4. You'd be surprised how often 4 leadership can come in handy. It helps get a lot of units over these leadership breakpoints that they can run into.
You have the foe's victory.
Krokgar is chilling, but I would definitely not move him forward. The Black Lions are just hanging out, waiting for an opportunity, man. I know you want to get that Hand of the Gods off, but I would just content myself with trying to stay fairly well-positioned in the middle of the field here. Skink Oracle with a beautiful Wind Blast, chunked down those archers, but getting shot at by the Black Lions now. Definitely need to pull back. Moving the Source Spears in, not a bad idea, and that is a beautiful Hand of the Gods, doing a lot of collateral damage too. Not every single one of them hit, unfortunately, for the Lizardmen, but they did get, what, 1,400? 1,200 HP off the Black Lions. This is where I would be looking for an opportunity to try and get some flanks in. Trying to engage into the heart of this Empire build is a little risky. The problem with doing this is that the Archer backline, yeah, Archers are not the best bow unit in the game, but they do actually throw down some pretty serious missile strength. They've got good damage output. They can just blast all the Skink Skirmishers down. They can start to unload on the Saurus, and Saurus don't have more than 60 armor. And the lack of armor, with all this missile strength, the base missile strength of the Archers being 17, means they're going to slip a lot of damage through as the Skinks are engaged in the front line fight. Nice Searing Doom. Honestly, not that much damage. Fairly well survived by the Lizards here. Feral Cold One's coming up finally. A lot of infantry early for the Lizards. And these Bastillodons, I just don't know about these Bastillodons either. 650 gold monsters, yeah, they cause terror, but the Empire Knights are gonna surround those guys just fine and keep them away from any of the infantry that might otherwise suffer into them. Empire engineers poking away, doing a good job of just whittling down infantry and mobility pieces. Saurus breaking through. Empire Knights do terror out. That is pretty awesome. And Saurus warriors are trying to attack the Royal Altar of Griffites, but not finding enough success. Ooh, Kroq-Gar finds poor Balthazar Gelt and gets a couple good slaps in against him. Another beautiful Hand of the Gods. Down to 2100 on the Black Lions, but they are very much alive and healthy. No models lost on those guys yet. Kroq-Gar should just hang in here and try and help whittle down the Royal Altar of Griffites, if I'm being honest. There's a Saurus Spear here, there's Bastillodon here, Kroq-Gar is also supporting, and they're on top of an Archer as well. It's just a lot to actually be able to get some good value against. So this is where you can kind of grind back a bit. Yeah, the Saurus Spears are pretty beat up, but if they hold here for just a moment longer, oh, I was thinking they could get some of that big bonus versus large they have on target. Royal Altar of Griffites are losing a few models though, and the Bastillodon is a surprisingly tough monster to take down because of the immune to flanking effect. Does help keep them in a fight for a good chunk of change. Cohort of Sotek is fighting a bunch of spearmen on the point. Feral Cold Ones have really not been used well. Just getting run down here. But Cold One Spear Riders come through in a big way when Kroq-Gar is looking a little beat up. Bring in a Cold One Spear Rider and you countercharge the Royal Altar of Griffites, get a beautiful amount of damage on them, but a good punishing Searing Doom in response from Balthazar Gelt. It's helped Tobias re-secure a bit of a lead here. And the Black Lions are just laying waste to the Skink Oracle. I love the Skink Oracle, but I don't really think this is the matchup for him, to be honest. Maybe against regular War Wagons, this guy could be okay. You can just drop Earthbloods and use the Troglodyte shooting to poke down like regular War Wagons, but the Black Lions are just a little too quick. Just able to pull back whenever they're threatened, and Hand of the Gods didn't do enough damage. You just need to time it up a little bit more. Like, Hand of the Gods gets it below half HP, as you can see, but do need that last little bit of burst damage. Salamander hunting packs, man, I'm telling you. I do like bringing Saurus here, but I prefer shields only. I don't really think you need Cudgel Saurus to clear out Spearmen. Like, they can definitely clear numbers, but the Cudgel variant of Saurus is just kind of lackluster, so don't provide a lot of utility against the Knights. And again, the Knights are what you really need to control in this matchup. See Knights of the Black Rose getting taken down by another Cold One Spear Rider. Kroq-Gar, though, is on death's bed. He's pulling back. Not too happy about the situation he's in. Spear Riders over here have pretty much fully finished off the Royal Altar of Griffites. 2 models, 25 HP. Beautiful upgraded Final Transmutation on a retreating Kroq-Gar. That is the killing blow, I think. Very well placed. Gets the leadership penalties applied to the entire army now. Black Lions continuing to poke the Skink Oracle, who is now routing. Feral Bastillodon rampaging deep into the back line. Sterling's Revenge present. They're getting some good AP shots in against this thing. Wow, Tobias did a great job of defending his back line. He's got, Jimmy has got some spears anchoring the number 3 objective, but Mantide is going to slowly overwhelm this position. There's a few too many bodies available to the Empire, and they control both the low ground points as well. Cohort of Sotek didn't get a lot of value, man. They're just fighting the wrong target, I would say. I think Jimmy's summons was the big problem here. He brought a lot of extra infantry in, and wasn't really going for very good dives in the mobile game. just left stuff in position too long against Balthazar Gelt. Like, Gelt, if you see him, it's going to be Searing Doom and Final Transmutation. It's just what he does best. Whether he brings the Staff of Valance or not, he can still just use his magic on cooldown whenever he wants. Searing Doom is just really cheap, and then Final Transmutation you do have to save up a little bit for, but for how strong it is, 26 WOM is really not that much if you're hitting the right kind of target with it. You did a lot of that this game. Skink Oracle is going to scoot around and see if it can get up to support the number 3. We do have a really nice reinforcement wave coming in for the Lizardmen. Searing Doom breaks it up a little bit, gets a little bit of damage, but nothing too serious. 1300 on Balthazar Gelt here. And Red-Crested Skinks into Demigryph Halberds. Actually pretty amazing for the Red-Crested Skinks. I do really like these guys. Red-Crested Skinks have got some teeth in this matchup for sure. They're good at running down Knights actually in the open field because they start to apply poison, and then Spear Riders are able to just run down the Empire Knights the rest of the way from there on out. They're not half bad in the State Troopers, but really you just bring like a couple of these guys, preferably just a cohort of Sotek and maybe one more. Or you go cohort of Sotek and a couple Chameleon Stalkers. Chameleon Stalkers against the Empire are actually wicked effective because they beat State Troopers in a head-up fight. They can sneak around and blast archers to pieces with their precursor missiles. And they also have some good physical resistance. Decent melee defense, so they can actually bog down stuff like Demigryph Knights and Empire Knights in a pinch. Don't want them to get charged, but that's why you have Spear Riders and Feral Cold Ones in the field usually. Lot of spears trotting out, but not really gonna find a tremendous amount of success. You need more DPS, and getting weaker and weaker with each wave that's trying to reinforce here. Empire Knights are just getting freebies rear charging positions now, and that's always a really rough sign. For the Lizardmen, that's usually where they've gotten to the point of no return. If your opponent is not being swamped by Skinks and they're getting a rear charge or Saurus with their heavy cavalry, it's basically over. Yeah, man, these archers did not break the game, but they did pay for themselves. That's all you need sometimes. They're dirt cheap. They do not cost a damn thing. And then the characters did their job. Engineer with 1300 value, Balthazar Gelt with 15, Engineer with 186 kills. Mercurial Shot just wrecks Saurus early. I still like the choice of infantry. The Saurus Spear should be held in reserve. I would cut all these Saurus Warriors. I would get cohorts, and I would get a Chameleon Stalker. I wouldn't bring the Skink Oracle. I do really love Krotgar in this matchup, though. Just get a Skink Priest with Flock of Doom running around on foot, just dropping that magic whenever he can, and maybe think about some Rev Crystal play. Put it in reserve for Krotgar. You do not want to lose your Lord, and he does provide a lot of utility here. Obviously, Hand of the Gods is really strong. Sacred Spawning and Colossal Strike are pretty good abilities in their own right, too, though. Get Fizz Res, lower Vigor. It's like a much better Foe Seeker, in my opinion. Colossal Strike gives our boy ITP, which he, doesn't have at base. Plus, you get a good little weapon strength buff. And Krotgar does have quite a bit. Even if he's not on Grimlock. I do really like Grimlock against the Empire sometimes. Kind of a fun thing to do. The most effective, because he is a big target, but worth considering under some circumstances. So yeah, you just run Flock of Doom and maybe Pan's Impenetrable Pelt. This gives speed, melee defense, and Phys Res, which is really good for just about every Lizardman unit. Especially good for Saurus Spears and for Solar Engines. Solar Engines you give Pan's Pelt to if they're getting shot at, because gives them the extra defensiveness that they might be lacking if it's an AP enemy unit. 20% resilience can keep it alive until a Rev Crystal can get in and help it out. I'd start with one Saurus, lots of cohorts. Skirmishers, I do think Chameleon Skinks are probably the way you want to go, just for the opener. And where are the Chameleons? Oh, there they are. Chameleon Stalkers. 950 gold. What else do you want here? Probably just a Salamander Hunting Pack. I mean, honestly, going for pretty all-in up-vet on the Chameleon Stalkers isn't a bad idea. Chameleon Stalkers are here to flank enemy formations, and specifically, Chameleon Stalkers are best for flanking Empire artillery. You have them creep around one edge of the map and just draw your opponent's attention elsewhere. I cannot tell you how many guys I've snuck onto back lines just by doing that. Spear Riders, Cold Ones. Pocketpock Cohort is an interesting unit to think about throwing in here, but Umbral Tide, really solid stock, perfect vigor. Easy to creep up and kind of blow your opponent apart with this particular unit. Get another Saurus, get a cohort of Sotek, and you could do a Razordon. You can go pretty heavy into the Kite against Empire if you want to. Get some Skink Skirmishers if you wanted, or just go for double cohort. Not a bad call. Just for some more cap wipe. Pretty versatile and flexible build. The reason you don't want to go too heavy into Saurus is because Empire just does have a lot of shooting to get rid of Saurus. They're a really good anchor piece in the late game, though. They are absolutely a unit that will grind out tons and tons of value if you play defensively with your Saurus Spears. And have the shooting to keep yourself in a game until you can just build up mass Spear Riders and Feral Cold Ones to just bum rush your opponent down. It's a little bit of a... There's a little bit of a need for build-up against the Empire, in my opinion. Like, you want to skirmish with them a little bit. You do everything slightly better than the Empire, I would say. Lizardmen and Empire are similar in that they're combined arms factions. I do genuinely think that the Lizardmen have slightly better overall tools for taking on their opponent. If you want to put Krokgar and Grimlock, that's fine, because the Rev Crystal can come in. Just use all its heals on Krokgar and heal cap him. And with the Terror from his Carnosaur, and in general just how disruptive he is, he can be kind of a nightmare for the Empire. They have a hard time shutting down Crocky G when he's really sauced up and on the prowl. This is probably a little bit more of an even keeled build, though. But this is one build that I've guaranteed had a lot of success against Empire on. I beat Anticity with a build pretty close to this. It was a little different. I didn't have as many Salamanders. But the Flock of Dooms are important. The Bastillodon Solar Engine is really important. These guys are just pretty good at shooting the black line. The reason that you bring a Solar Engine, even though it's not that much longer range, or even it's shorter range than the Black Lions. Where's the Empire? Here it is. Yeah, just a little bit shorter range than the Black Lions. The reason you bring this thing anyways, though, is because the blinded effect is actually really strong. It lowers accuracy. People talk about the melee defense and melee attack component of Blinded all the time. They do not talk about the minus 30 accuracy. It actually hampers the Black Lions pretty tremendously, because they are an ROR, so they have extra accuracy already. But getting just a flat 30 debuff off of their experience does hamper their effectiveness by a decent amount. It allows you to get tangled up with the rest of the Empire army without being overexerted in any one area. You can push a little bit more compactly and safely running that. You know, instead of going... I just realized something. Instead of bringing chevrons on our boy, you can go Transformation of Kadan. You just flock a Doom any cavalry blobs, and then Manticore summon whenever you want to just get something out on the field to go harass the Black Lions. It's actually probably the best combo that you can run here in terms of the magic. Just try it out sometime. I promise you, you won't be disappointed. We're gonna have a billion MD and Infinity leadership. Yeah, Undead but Better is definitely an archetype that I don't think many factions could scrap with. So let's get some Tzeentch Ogres, Empire Chaos Dowie, Tomb King's Kislev, Lizardman Grand Cathay, Chaos Dowie versus Empire. So we got a decent spread of factions. We don't have the biggest tournament today. You know, with the DLC having been quite a while back, we're in a bit of a downswing right now in terms of people's interest in the multiplayer side of things. Just pretty understandable. Really can't blame anybody for getting a little bit tired at this stage of things. It'd be nice to see CA get a few balance changes in here to maybe de-emphasize how strong mobility is. Mobility has really taken over the game since the cavalry mobility changes. Now the Shadows magic lore makes cavalry even more mobile. That was already one of the best lores in the entire game, just in terms of damage spells, and now it gives like huge mobility buffs to the people who bring it. Oh my god, Theodore Bruckner, no freaking way. Okay. We gotta watch this one, because this is kind of a wild build from Tobias. I never see people bring Theodore. Old Teddy is a pretty good duelist, though, to be honest. He's got some interesting abilities. Most people just pare him down to nothing. I didn't get a good look at what his items and such were on the select screen. Just go ahead and check him out. We'll ignore Astrogoth. We don't need to hear his speech. I've heard it a million times. Ooh, yeah, we got Titan Headsman and Fearsome Combatant. So just getting the -4 leadership, especially against a low leadership faction with crap like Goblin Laborers. Honestly, really good choice. Just to get them running even a little bit earlier can be kind of huge. And Headsman, as you can see, lower speed by a ton. -45% speed. Melee defense penalty of 24 as well. Beautiful Deathstreak rocket shots, though. Engineer gets lit up right out the gate. Hellblaster Volley Gun and Hammer of the Witches gonna need to get forward. This Deathstreak cannot be allowed to shoot the entire game. Hammer of the Witches needs to get up now, like moving forward immediately from Tobias. Sven is holding firm. He's got some Chaos Dowie Warriors going to the number 3. Old Teddy and the Engineer are looking to stop his momentum. Artillery is starting to split fire. I would just hard focus the Engineer, to be honest. Just have both of the artillery pieces blast the Engineer to death, because you don't want him using Mercurial Shot on your infantry here. Mercurial Shot from the flank will take half of the models out of these units. It's really disgusting how strong this is. More people should just be spamming Empire Engineers, in my opinion. probably one of the single strongest skirmish tools in the entire game. Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders are getting up in the trees. We got a cap on the number 3 for the Chaos Dowey and on the number 1. Finally see the artillery creeping forward. Deathstreak rockets are a little shorter range than the cannon. So Hammer of the Witches has a little bit of an opening here. Let's see what kind of damage they can get off, though. Because if it doesn't hit accurately with the first volley, and the first shot immediately misses, then it could be in some major trouble. But the follow-up shots, 1, 2, do come home. Taking almost 1,000 HP off this thing. One more accurate volley could feasibly even get this Deathstreak rocket down to the breaking point. They've got pretty bad leadership, and damage by artillery is just a base -10 modifier. Shooting, shooting. One shot hits, another shot misses, another shot going wide as well. Painful. And one of the artillery models has died now. Gets blown up as the demo rocket gets in on it. If the Empire loses the artillery tray, they're going to be in some real deep doo-doo. Yeah, one more artillery model goes down. Hellblaster Volley Gun is still trundling forward. It's so short range comparatively. Now, I do like the Hellblaster Volley Guns in a few matchups. I think it's actually really good against the Dowey. The Hellblaster Volley Guns are pretty good at clearing out their numbers, and best of all, what the Hellblaster Volley Gun is really meant for is killing Dowey gyrocopters. Very, very, very bad in artillery duels, because 290 range means it's got a long way to run before it gets anywhere near your opponent's stuff. And the Demo Rockets do finish off the Hammer of the Witches there, and they're looking a little too healthy. I'm deeply worried for the Empire here. Honestly, right about now, the best thing I think you could do is just YOLO Balthazar in to try and drop a Final Transmutation on both of these Deathstreaks. Have your Hellblaster Volley Gun do everything in its power to get one solid volley off on this other healthy Deathstreak, and hope that your Final Transmutation kills all this. Shot incoming, Hellblaster Volley Gun. Is it going to open up before it starts getting completely annihilated here? Okay, both of those rockets end up landing in the same spot. And yeah, it does open up. It's probably going to kill one of the Deathstreaks, which is kind of huge. So while the trade in the artillery duel is not going amazingly for the Empire, they are holding fairly well. Astrogoth, though, is down here just absolutely wrecking infantry with the support of some Kadai Fireborn. Even got Knights of the Black Rose pretty beat up here. Oh my god, and Theodore Bruckner is surrounded by Bull Centaur Renders. I didn't even notice the Bull Centaurs. Oh my god, Theodore Bruckner is getting bodied right now. Oh, Hashed's Dark Hammer is active, and that would be why Astrogoth is such a gnarly combatant, dude. Holy hell. He just put Bruckner in his grave real quick, and honestly, Demogryph Halberds really gonna struggle against Astrogoth because he is infantry size. He can just run around and smack these guys in the legs as he brings out more answers. He's got another Bull Centaur Render on the way in. Kadai Fireborn, they're going to continue this rampage. They have charged a decent amount of Blazing Body already, and they are on a nice unprotected flank of this spear unit here. Searing Doom on a bunch of Goblin Laborers, to what end? Not really doing much. Second Deathstreak Rocket is swapping over to Balthazar Gelt, wanting to kill him. Empire Engineer is running. Knights of the Black Rose do get a good engagement on some Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders, but I don't know how long they will be for this world. Flamestorm goes down. A little bit hopeful in terms of a Flamestorm. I would have probably just saved the WOM on that one. I'd just be dropping some Cascading Fire Cloaks right now for my Kadai. And then I would wait for like a big blob of infantry that your opponent might summon out before going for any flamestorms. Or use flamestorm on the outrider grenade launchers just to force them off their position. Searing Doom coming down, but the lines are not very compact for the Chaos Dwarves. That's the thing, like the swordsmen keep getting folded up really fast by the Chowie warriors and the Kadai Fireborn here. They're just rampaging through all the state troopers. And the Deathstreak Rocket is just slowly wearing out all the characters. There's really nothing that the Empire is going to be able to do to stop this at this stage. Brutal shot there. I mean, 800 HP off Balthazar. Pretty ruinous. Hammer of the Witches is in. Got okay value the first time around. It's just a shame that it has to be summoned in the late game when you're already down on the infantry front. Look how far behind the Empire is in the front line. Like, yeah, the value trading doesn't look amazing, but, I mean, a lot of that is partially just the characters getting pummeled so badly, but Knights of the Black Rose have also not been up to snuff. It's impossible for them to adequately fight both Centaur Renders. So the both Centaur Renders have pretty decent melee defense, and Knights of the Black Rose have low melee attack outside of their bonus. They're a very specialized tool. I think, honestly, against the Chowie, your best bet as Empire is honestly a little bit more Mantide. Mantide with just straight up regular Great Cannons. No Hammer of the Witches, no Hellblaster volley guns. Just two regular old Empire cannons. With Balthazar Gelt, Final Transmutation, Searing Doom. And I am not so sure about Theodore Bruckner. That's kind of a cool one too. Bruckner blobs up the Wolf Raiders. Just jumping out of the summon point there. And then Balthazar with a pretty brilliant Searing Doom just completely one-shots the unit. But again, State Troopers, bye-bye. They just don't have a hope. There's too much armor on the field, too many mobile units that can hammer them from the flanks. Both Centaur Renders out in force. There's 2 units of them on the field. Kadai Fireborn going down, but 267 kills and 1,000 value ain't bad at all. You can probably chalk another like 200 or 300 up in total with just how much support they provided with the fear-causing effect. That's definitely helped break a lot of these state troopers, because their leadership is pretty flimsy. That -8 really does hammer them pretty hard, especially if they keep getting rear charged like the Kadai have been doing to a lot of these guys. It's just a little too much for them to be asked to carry so much water for this Empire build. So Theodore is going to tangle with the Kadai Fireborn. Let's see how he does just against a few of these guys. He's, I don't know, Theodore. What are you doing, my friend? God, I forgot how... His stats may be a little low. I mean, he is on, like, a specialist mount. I mean, there's no other Demogryph mount characters from the Empire, I guess. Kind of unique in that respect. He's not really specialized at anything. Ashergoth is wandering over to put another beat down on him. You can see he's deciding he's going to want to run away. So we got Theodore Bruckner running for our boy Ashergoth. Very lucky that the Deathstreak rocket shot missed him there. And Tobias is just desperately playing for time. He's trying to hang on to the points. He's doing a pretty good job, to be honest. He's evened up the value trade a little bit, too. Deathstreak shot incoming. Another miss. Really nice stuff. And the Hammer of the Witches has been doing a lot of work here the second time around. Come on, show me the value. What do you want to? Hello? Well, it was showing it earlier, but they shot down the Kadai Fireborn. They've hit a few Bull Centaurs. Now they're going to get some good enfilading fire onto the Chaos Dowie Great Weapon unit here. You see those cannonballs plowing into the ground and taking chunks out of this unit. A lot of HP lost, and some grenade launchers behind the swordsman here. Gonna honestly help them anchor a little bit. I mean, they'll stand and fight for a little while here. Probably not any kind of chance of them winning, though. Oh my god, Knights of the Black Rose, not again, man. You know, Tobias, his knight play this game has definitely been on the weaker end of the spectrum. Like, I'm not clicking a lot of this stuff. Suddenly my UI is not working. I'll have to reboot after this one, I think. It'll be a good time for a short little break, anyways. Chaos Dowie Warriors are slowly getting ground down by the focus fire of the Empire. Theodore Bruckner eats another demo rocket shot. Very healthy Bull Centaur render coming in. Astrogoth is going to go beat the crap out of Theodore again. Although our buddy is going to be running away. Very bravely fleeing for his life. Balthazar Gelt died, it looks like. Either that or he ran off. Oh, he ran away. Okay. Another missed shot. Demo rocket surprisingly inaccurate against Theodore, of all people. Wonder what it is about the demo rocket firing at some of these specific models. It's like it's incapable of hitting certain horseback type characters. Is able to make contact here as he is a little tangled up with some Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders. He actually breaks pretty brutal. Astrogoth is right on him. But he is going to skirt away, and Astrogoth's going to content himself with turning around and running down some Knights of the Black Rose, it looks like. The Bull Centaur renders are doing an adequate job as is right now of just ripping these guys up. Where are these guys going to go? I mean, they're pretty beat up. They just kind of wander into some Chaos Dowie Warriors, and now they're a little bit tangled. Demogryph Knight Halberds are pulling back from the Bull Centaur renders. There is a spear in the way. Nice job of using some spearmen to try and lock these guys down. They do get pinballed a little bit, but they're going to pull around now, and the spearmen are kind of on the back of the Bull Centaurs. Ooh, look at the damage that they're taking right now. Brutal stuff. Good cascading fire cloak, though. Flamestorm was dropped on the swordsman and just immediately rotates out. Probably want to just drop it back here next time. How many Bull Centaur renders are in this build, man? 3? Seriously? Just a swarm of bulls in this game so far. All of them have done pretty well. Really gnarly Final Transmutation here. Overcast on top of a lot of expensive units, nonetheless. Tobias suddenly, quote-unquote, taking a lead. That lead is very deceptive. A lot of the units that the Chaos Dowie had been bringing out are coming out for the first time. They're providing a lot of value to Tobias because once a unit's come out a couple times, it stops providing any value for the counter. There's been a lot of State Trooper summons, like, multiple times over. Some of these guys have probably come in close to 3 times at this point. So, Sven is just not getting the value and the acknowledgement of how much damage he's really done to the State Trooper Corps. Which is definitely making it look a little bit closer than it really is in terms of value, but honestly, Tobias has done a pretty good job of scrapping back here. It's really just been the Knights of the Black Rose turning out to not be such a good pick here. Just aren't providing enough disruption and damage. Just a little too much for them to be asked to do all this heavy lifting against this armored infantry when they've also got Bull Centaur renders breathing down their neck at every possible turn. I mean, every time they engage, there's another unit of them somewhere. Just like running in, disrupting them, or just outright murderizing the entire unit. Chaos Dwarf Warriors get piled into from the flank by the Knights of the Black Rose, but they hold up pretty well. And the Bull Centaur renders now going to push forward and just get right into the very expensive Knights. Start chunking through them with their big weapon strength. And a good bonus versus large of 25 means that, you know, they've got 50 melee attack for all intents and purposes against the knights here. So even though the Bull Centaur renders are tired, they're still going to be hitting pretty effectively through the melee defense of the knights. Gonna be a bit of a GG. Shock Cavalry, man. Shock Cavalry is way better against the Chaos Dally. Knights of the Black Rose are a little too slow in terms of their damage output. Yeah, just get rid of the Hellblaster. Get another cannon. The Hammer of the Witches was great the second time around. That first summon in of the Hammer, totally useless, unfortunately. Just got killed so quickly. It did some damage to one of the Death Shrieks, but not enough. The Hellblaster Volley Gun got the same treatment. Yeah, and then it was just Bulls on Parade Time. 3,000, 2,700. One of them underperformed. Still not the end of the world, though. And the Goblin Wolf Raiders got some okay value. 1,200, 600. Kadai with 12. And then the Chaos Dowie Great Weapons came in. Just kind of held the line. They didn't provide a lot of value, but they didn't really need to. Good stuff. State Troopers really didn't do much of anything. A couple of these Spearmen got some good value, probably poking down Bull Centaurs. They didn't do it quickly enough, though. Engineer, low amount of value. Theodore was really awful this game. I mean, he came out twice and got 500 value on both attempts. I mean, truly embarrassing, my man. It's probably why you don't see him. It's crazy. Oh, painful, painful. It's good, Jaden. How are you? Clan meeting when? Today? If it's after the tournament, I don't have time for that. I've got apartment hunting I need to do. So I'm going to be moving fairly soon. In a few months. Anyways, I'm going to take a quick break and I'll be right back, guys. Stay tuned. Alright, goblins. I'm back. Why is this on here 2 times? Oh, okay, there we go. We got it. Sweet. Alright. Let's go find some more replays. What do we got here? We're just, remember, we're just gonna do replays until they've dropped semis and finals in the chat for us. No need to overextend ourselves and try and do everything live. I would love to do semis and finals live, but it's just too freaking... It's just too freaking hard to coordinate it. Because we don't have dedicated servers anytime there's even like a slight delay between 2 people of the 3 that are trying to like connect into the lobby. It just turns into a gigantic mess. It's very frustrating. We've got to watch a Beastman player. Beastmen are my second faction, at least in terms of my like personal choices. Definitely one of the ones I feel more qualified to comment on than others. Interesting builds from both sides. Spies just bringing no infantry. Iron Thunder is going for some fairly standard stuff. Bringing our boy Morger, the Shadow Grave. I don't know, or the Shadow Gave. I don't know why it's the Shadow Gave and not the Grave. Anyways. He's got the summons. He's a pretty interesting character. He's got a ton of missile resistance, which is nice against the Empire, because war wagons are pretty good at shooting just about everything. Even foot characters can get lit up by them. Chimera is a good choice, just a really strong monster. Hard to lock down. Breath attacks do good damage. And just a nice source of terror. Immune to flanking is really good against cavalry. Gelt, Bruckner, and the Engineer are doing their thing. Helping grab points early. Reichsguard are looking to grab the number 1. We've got Outrider Grenade Launchers looking for an engagement. Looks like they'll find one here against the Ungor Spearherd. Chimera Breath Attack forces them off their position, though. First Grenade Volley, pretty effective. Reichsguard get in, but these guys are braced, and Razor Gore Herd charging in now. Razor Gore Herd are really good against Heavy Cav. Any Heavy Cav get wrecked by Razor Gore Herd, just about. Even stuff like Cold One Knights for the Dark Elves struggle. Ungor Spearherd getting shot to death, that's really not that big of a deal. Senties and Warhounds coming in from the outside. If they can get a surround here and catch a War Wagon or 2, it could be a disaster for Tobias. It's doing a good job of staying apace of them, though. War Wagons getting some good damage on the Ungor Raiders. Grenade launchers, gonna try and get a volley off against the Warhounds and the Senties. Senties and the Warhounds, though, do make contact with the War Wagons and are getting all up on them. When the Outrider Grenade launchers actually end up running into combat, oh, they're dead. Oh, they're so dead. The Warhounds and the Senegors tearing this grenade launcher unit apart right now. Searing Doom might end up doing more damage to the Reichsguard than it does to any of the Beastman units. Few of those bolts land in and chunk down a few of these guys. I will say, though, there has been a really nice little terror route that's going down onto a lot of these Hound units and Senegors. Razor Gore Herd are in the middle of all of this mess, though, and look at the value that they're getting right now. Already up to 600. Ooh, they get terror routed. Theodore Bruckner is actually kind of paying off this game. You know, last game we watched the Empire kind of get dog walked, but this time around, Looks like they're the ones who are getting a little bit of revenge here. Razor Gore Herd turning around and getting some good damage on one of the War Wagon units. Chimera is just getting shot to death right now. Really good call bringing these War Wagons with no infantry to have to protect. It is actually working out pretty nicely so far. Iron Thunder is 1,400 supplies. Really need to see the Bray Shaman of Death moving forward and getting some work done. Most of this Beastman build is not very well suited for War Wagon Kite and tons of Knights of the Black Rose. Centaurs really don't do well into heavy cavalry at all, especially Knights of the Black Rose. They have a ton of melee defense and melee attack. Comparatively, like, Centaurs are fairly weak in terms of stats. It's their charge bonus and the perfect vigor that makes them so good normally. Good lead for Tobias. Empire Engineers poking away. He's dropped 2 good Mercurial shots. Restocks available. Master of Ballistics is giving recharge and accuracy here. Just definitely made for pretty nice damage output so far. Helped get that Chimera low real early. Get a beautiful Searing Doom on these Ungor Raiders who are blobbed up here. Painful. Losing a lot of HP there. Centaur going deep trying to get this War Wagon. Chaos Warhounds are on top of the wagon right now. There's a lot of Knights of the Black Rose nearby, though, so they're going to get taken down pretty quickly here. Don't think they're going to get any of the War Wagon models either, which is also really painful. There's so much damage that has been put into these War Wagon units, actually. But pretty much all of them are at full health in terms of their model numbers. There's only one War Wagon of the 16 initial War Wagons that has been lost here. Grenade launchers unsummoned. Centaurs get in. They do get a nice charge. It's just that the 80 armor on the War Wagons has been keeping them upright so nicely, but very clean engagement from this Centaur unit could completely change the complexion of this game, depending on how subsequent fights continue to play out. Bushes of Kalkengard are getting shot to bits right now. Royal Altar of Griffites are running smack dab into one of Morgur's summoned Chaos Spawn units, though. Really nice use of it, to be honest. The problem here is that the Butchers of Kalkengard are continuing to get filled with bullets by the War Wagon Corps. We're Spearherd moving in, doing what they can. It's the Black Rose dunking on the remaining Ungor Raiders. Chaos Spawn summoned back here. Came in probably from the Staff of Ruinous Corruption, I would guess. Or no, which one is it? It's Spirit Essence of Chaos. When a unit gets to 20% health, you get the summon of the spawn. That's probably why these guys have not been in combat for too long. Haven't really gotten any value. Another Chaos Spawn unit takes half the HP off the Royal Altar of Griffites. Pretty impressive. Very nicely done. Gore Herd, Slaying Gores on the way in. More Centaurs coming out. We get a Spirit Leech on the Royal Altar of Griffites, but Centaur unit is basically cooked. They're way too far in. With not enough support, and the Knights of the Black Rose are going to bounce off the Slongors now. Just go right up into the back of the Centaur unit here. One War Wagon is sacrificed just to hold the line. 2 War Wagons in total have been brought down finally. So, a little bit of movement in terms of what the Beastmen have been able to do damage-wise, but there's still a very, very healthy and frisky core of Empire units on the field that the Beastmen are continuing to have problems with. Morgur is just standing around, picking his nose for the most part. Slongors get run down before they provide any substantial value. And the Gore Herd on the outside fighting Spearmen, yeah, I mean, they'll grind those guys down pretty nicely, but Reiksguard with a good rear charge there could break that open pretty quickly. Great Swords against Centaurs, really not that bad of a fight for the Great Swords. As long as they're not getting charged by a healthy Centaur, they can handle their own there. A lot more Warhounds coming in. Just Warhounds and Warhounds and Warhounds. Not really going to work too well against all of the Knight units. The problem with Chaos Warhounds is they have really, really bad leadership. It's only 38. They don't have any Frenzy or ITP of any kind. Not so good weapon strength, not so good melee attack and melee defense. Just too weak overall. Really, against the Empire, you should be trying to get out as many Razor Gore Herd as possible. Like, maybe 3 of the Throwing Axe Cynagors as well are really good in this matchup. Beautiful engagement from Theodore Bruckner, by the way. Hasn't gotten a lot of value, but he's been debuffing leadership and causing terror. Gets in here, finishes up the caster for the Beastmen, and now Morgur down in the pits, fighting a bunch of great swords, killing a few models, but not really doing too much damage. He's got pretty low armor-piercing values. I think that's probably one of the few things that could genuinely be changed for the better on Morgur. Give him, make Spirit Essence a non-conditional summon. Just give it a initial cooldown of 120 seconds, and that'd be fine. And then maybe give him more AP. Like, get him up to like 200, 200. I think that'd be pretty fair for him. Roll Altar Griffites and Knights of the Black Rose running around together, just steamrolling all the infantry on the field. Reichsguard have done a pretty good job of defending most of the units here. We've got another Razor Gore Herd coming out. Look at the Razor Gore Herd value. I mean, 1,400 is crazy business. That's on one summon, I'm pretty sure, too. These little piggies are, as I said, one of the best units that the Beastmen have access to. Especially for heavy cavalry factions. They'll even do some good damage to Theodore if they get the full surround on him. These characters can suffer pretty badly because the weapon strength on Razor Gore Herd is pretty high, but he does a pretty good job of persevering here. Nice Searing Doom coming out from Balthazar. He's been thumping a lot of those cavalry positions. For the Beastmen, Ungor Spearherd getting run down. More Ungors moving up to try and grab the #1 objective. It has been a brutally close fight on the objective points. Iron Thunder still has a slight lead, but that's dissipating rapidly. There's grenade launchers out on the field again, which means stuff like Zangors, Ungor Spearherd, not going to be able to hold in very long. They will get absolutely rolled by these grenade launchers. They love feasting on unarmored infantry. Actually, Terror Route. Well, Altdorfs with their terror-causing attribute coming in pretty clutch there. Spearherds, they've gotten a little bit of value, but really nothing too crazy. Final Transmutation would have just saved the WOM. I mean, it's Morgur. Morgur is really hard to kill. You basically just ignore him. I mean, he's the only lord that you bring when you just want somebody who's going to be impossible to remove. He's not going to provide much value, is the drawback to this guy. Which is why you need a very, very good micro out of your, like, Bray Shamans if you're going to bring them and some magic. This is too much infantry for Iron Thunder. You don't need Goreherd and Slongors. I would say you don't even need this Zangor. Does he have the Korngor DLC though? Oh, if this guy doesn't have the Korngor DLC, then maybe. Wait, oh no, Beastmen get Korngors for free, anyways, right? No, they don't. You've got to have the DLC, okay. Still, probably just a couple Slangors. You just need more Razor Gore Herd. I mean, like, The piggies are incredible in this matchup. I mean, you can max them out. 3 is a pretty solid number, though, in my opinion. Do like the Butchers of Kalkengard early. You go Morgar if you want. Just pare him down a little bit. Save the 200 gold. I would move the Bray Shaman into the reserve, especially if you're bringing a Deathcaster and you're going for Buna and Spirit Leech. Just run this guy out on his Tuskor Chariot when you need the Fate Buna for Demogryph Halberds or something. Otherwise, keep him in the back pocket and just go wider. Without the Korngors, this matchup does get trickier. I really do love them for what they provide. Like, if I were to be honest, I would just say 2 Korngors, 2 Slangors in reserve. Fill out with some Ungor Spearherd. Couple unshielded, couple shielded. Blackhorn's Ravagers are an interesting idea against the Empire. A little flimsy, though. A little hard to dive. Their backlines at times as well. Goreherd with shields wouldn't be terrible. Ungor Herd are actually pretty good against State Troopers. This is one of the matchups where they're not terrible. Might be worth looking into them. Then you go for an Ungor Raider Corps. You got a little bit of money to get a Throwing Axe. You want to get another Throwing Axe in here. 2 melee, Senties. Harpies, like 1 Harpy can be kind of useful, actually. You don't have the Chimera. I honestly think Chimeras are not that good into the Empire. With the remaining 1,780 gold, what do we want? We could do Sons of Goros, but they are a little pricey. There's not really anything that you need the heavy lifting magic damage for. You could bring them if you wanted and get another Harpy, I guess. Just want to go pretty heavy into mobility. Your infantry are better than the State Troopers, just period. I mean, if you get a couple Slangors out and protect them from heavy night dives, them and the Butchers of Kalkengard will just completely counter any great sword pushes. Flagellants won't be able to do anything. State Troopers, God no, like Spearmen, Swordsmen, all of them will just get absolutely annihilated by your Minos and the Slangors. You just bring in the AP and your aggressive mobility to control the night play from the Empire. Fate of Buna for Demigryphs, Senties, Razorgors, and Sons of Goros for any Empire Knights, Reichsguard, Knights of the Black Rose, etc. Razorgore Chariots, not really needed here. Great unit, Razorgore Chariots. Good in a lot of matchups, but the Empire Infantry are flimsy enough that you don't really need the AP Chariot to get rid of them. I think this build would work a little bit better. Single Throwing Axes are pretty indispensable. Because these guys, they can rock up and start chunking the HP out of war wagons while you've got knights in fights. You can have the Synagore Throwing Axes push around the flank with maybe some Harpy support. You can have the Harpies just run interference on any units that might be trying to attack the Synagore Throwing Axes, and the Throwing Axes can just get in some good damage against the war wagons. I'd even cut the other melee Synagore and just get more Throwing Axes, honestly. So the melee Synagores are a good unit, but I think their utility is a little bit limited against the Empire, to the point that the Razorgore herds are doing the majority of the heavy lifting in the night engagements, with support from Sons of Goros and the Throwing Axes, plus your magic and Butchers of Kalkengard. This melee Synagore is just going to be used, probably, to run down routing units, for the most part. Really good at that, super fast. Run stuff right off the field, mop up any infantry pretty quickly with their pursuit damage. don't think there's really any need for any more notes. That's just my personal opinion on what would be most effective. Alright, let's grab another replay. Now, Lizardman Kislev, which is pretty cool. We got Hamza here. This is an interesting Kislev build. It's a very wide one. Got the Wolf Pack, double Ice Guard Glaives, another Action Ambusher, 4 Armored Cossars. I actually really love Armored Cossars against the Lizardmen. The Shielded Pistol variant specifically, because you've got 80 armor and a silver shield into Skink cohorts who have a bronze shield and fairly similarly ranged missile. The Armored Cossar Corps really blasts apart Skinks in this matchup. And Saurs have a hard time engaging into Armored Cossars because they have so much melee defense, these guys do. We've got 40 melee defense versus 24 melee attack of Saurus Spears. And Cudgel Saurus don't have much better melee attack either. Bear with me. I can pull it up here real quick. You can see the difference is 32 melee attack on the Saurus Warriors versus the 24 on the Saurus Spears. It's a chunky difference, and Cudgel Saurus can do a little bit better into the Armored Cossars, but broadly speaking, if there's even a little bit of fire support and magic support against the Saurus, the Cudgel Saurus, there's really nothing you can do as the Lizardmen. Chameleon Stalker's in, and 2 Chameleon Skinks shooting the Wolf Hearts and doing some decent damage. You gotta put the Chameleon Stalkers on, you gotta get them off Fire at Will, actually. Fire at Will is really bad on Chameleon Stalkers. You want to use their Precursor ammo exclusively as they close ground. They definitely missed out on some damage because of that. That's just like a little macro knowledge type of deal, though. Solar Engine's getting in. Metal Slan I do like. Definitely gonna thump against the heavy cavalry of Kislev. First shot from the Solar Engine does hit one singular Armored Cossar and kill him. This poor guy, man. It'd be nice if the Solar Engine could hit its shots here, because you definitely need to drag those guys down. Cohort Javelins want to shoot the Kislevite Warriors and avoid the Armored Cossars as best they can. Beautiful follow-up shot. Ice Guard Glaives lose 9 models to 1 shot from the Bastiladon there. Ton of value from that. Ooh, double Dervish going after the Chameleon Stalkers, who do get abandoned a little bit off to the side. You'll see that they'll hold out a decent amount of time, though. After the charge bonus wears off, as long as they don't just suddenly break here, their leadership stabilizes a little bit. Ooh, I don't think it is. I think they're going to break in a moment. They get a little bit of vengeance. They grind out a little bit of value. About 300 isn't abominable. It does give time for a Coldman Spear Rider to come out on that side of the field and potentially start running down some of the cav that Hamza has. Hamza is going for a little Grom instead of Winged Lancers or anything. I would actually be looking to bring in a Griffin Legion right now, because the Saurus Spears you can just run away from. And Red Crested Skinks get absolutely deleted by Griffin Legion on the charge. There's a really good Hawks of Miska in the back line, though. Wearing down the Skink cohorts. Yeah, the Armored Cossars just like slow walking down all the Skinks as I expected them to. Armored Cossar here fighting the Saurus Spears. It's going to be a wet noodle contest for a majority of the time that they're engaged. Cohort of Sotek's doing some pretty ruinous damage here to this Armored Cossar, though. Really nice fight for the Lizardmen. They're doing a great job of wearing those guys out. Ice Guard Glaives pretty beat up, but they are getting rid of the Chameleon Skinks. Chameleon Skinks are getting shot to bits by all the guns down here. Or all the bows, really. There's just the pistols, I guess. Coleman Spear Rider engaging into all these dervishes. Really good about face from all of these missile units. Just chunking down the Spear Riders. Oh my god. Brutal, brutal focus fire. Yeah, the Lizardmen, they're a little too spread out. Jimmy decided to fight over all 3 points, which is a very bad idea. Especially when your opponent is running something like this Kislev build, where it's a very wide, missile-focused, foot infantry type of opener. Like, Kislev had a ton of bodies on these 2 points, the number 3 and the number 2. Jimmy had the numbers on the number 2 objective, but he was pretty weak in terms of bodies on the number 3. He got focus fired to death here, while a bunch of his units are just sitting idle up top. On the number 1 objective. Griffin Legion are on the way in now. Oh, they're going to crack open the red-crested skinks right here. It's going to be a complete destruction. There's not going to be anything left of these poor little guys by the end of this fight. Yeah, they get run down pretty freaking hard. Griffin Legion take a little bit of damage. Oh, Blood Statue of Spite is the reason why. It is basically a, Melkoths. Double strength Melkoths, I believe. Yeah, pretty much. Good damage. Little Grom and Iceguard Glaives shooting the Salon Mage Priest here. Ooh, and he gets netted. Really nice pack trap. I don't think that Jimmy was really paying attention to the Salon at the time. He may have been, because he's moving him now. A little Grom shot right into the back of the chair. Gonna break his porcelain throne here in a moment. Ooh, this Mage Priest is gonna get killed by the next little Grom shot. Guaranteed, if he doesn't just die from the bow fire. But little Grom is gonna deliver the killing blow. Slan goes down. Jimmy is in trouble now. That's a big leadership penalty. And, well, Kislev, one of the best factions at just holding until the end of time. All their units have Unbreakable. The Ice Witch is a little beat up. She's definitely low on HP, but she can hide behind the pillar now. Just drop Hawks of Miska, Gust of True Flight whenever she feels the need. And Lizard's going to have a desperate go of it trying to reinforce the points. Now, they do have some Winged Lancers getting ground down by Source Spears. Source Spears are doing a good job of holding the line currently. Griffin Legion and Winged Lancers get off of this fight. Oh, come on, Hamza. You gotta get them away there. Just bring forward your remaining healthy bow units and just try and pop them down. You got 51 Akshinas here. You got 77 Iceguard Glaives right there. Just move them over and just try and shoot down the Source right now. Hawks of Miska whiffs. Winged Lancers are getting brought real low now. This Source Spear unit paying off big time currently. But Griffin Legion and a few of the Winged Lancers push past anyways. Hawks of Miska does not really make any good contact though with the Skink cohorts, and they are able to hang on by the barest margin here. Look at that, the value is getting equaled up by Jimmy now. Still on Solar Engine's been a big part of that. It's got some really good value. It's got 1100 right now. Kislev Warriors trotting in. Source Spears continuing to grind. They have held so nicely. Are they running out of room, though? This Source Spear is going to be in a bit of a tough fight. Even if it's engaged against the Iceguard Glaives, don't have great melee attack. They still have AP. Pretty high melee defense in their own right. Source Spears are going to have a hard time hitting them effectively. Kislev Warriors, though, getting into this fight is even better for Kislev. Iceguard can get their last volley off against the Feral Cold Ones. Akshinas are also going to turn their attention over to the Feral Cold Ones. And a good jump out from the Kislev Warriors. Just to get into the path of these Ferals so they can't push through and get after these units over here. Chameleon Skink with 1400 value. Impressive, man. I love Chameleon Skinks. Great unit, guys. Try them out. Cosified Dervish getting ground down. Hamza's starting to fumble a little bit, and the Ice Witch got hit by something. I'm not sure what. I think she... Oh, when she came out to drop the Hawks of Miska, I think the Bastillodon was shooting her. And did enough damage to force her back way into the backfield here. She does not need to come forward at all. If she breaks again, I think she's gonna shatter. Kislev is out-muscling on the number 2, although it does get saved at the last second. The Coldwind Spear Riders up on this point is enough cap weight to keep the Kislevite forces from taking it. Ooh, Jimmy is going to have a good chance at a comeback now. He can just have the Saurus Spears sit on the number 1 objective to fight the Kislevite warriors there. Have the Chameleon Stalkers, put them on Fire by Command. Creep him around the back and just unload on this Kislevite warrior, break that, and then come around the other side and start helping out over here. Precursor shots, not really going into anything too valuable. That second one wasn't a bad volley at all. Hit the Kislevite warriors nice and hard. Ooh, there we go. About 1,500 HP taken off those guys with those shots, and now they're going to get onto the rear of this Kislevite warrior. Fire blood procs immediately. Lizards with a lot of cap weight going for that middle objective, and Kislev's looking real beat up. What are they going to bring in, man? I would save up for my Slain again if I were Jimmy, to be honest. I'm so sure you got a little bit of WOM left. Just hammer some of the Winged Lancers if need be. Kislevite Warriors getting ground down by that Saurus Spear. Saurus Spears are so good against Kislevite Warriors. They're so similarly statted, but the Saurus have so much more HP and weapon strength that it almost always ends up resolving in their favor. The AP is, like, fine, and it does mean that the Kislevite Warriors are not, like, brutally outmatched by the Saurus. It's just if they're in a 1v1 is where it gets real grim, and that's kind of the situation for Kislev. Got a lot of units that are having to fight isolated engagements. Look at the terror route on the Kislevite Warrior from the Bastillodon, the 1,500 value, man. Huge clutch performance here, and the Winged Lancers getting pummeled by those shots. Losing quite a bit of HP here. Kosovo Dervish is coming in, and we do get a flip on the number 1 objective. It is within the margin of error for Kislev to win on a double cap. Little Grom has not been firing very actively for a lot of this game. I think it kept getting obstructed and then had like the fire at will bug going on with it. It's got a weird little thing where it'll just stop shooting. You gotta give it a movement order and then it'll shoot again. Yeah, like here. It says it's obstructed, but there's like nothing in its way. This happens a lot with little Grom. It's why you gotta babysit them a little bit with micro. You just like creep it forward, give it another attack order, and then it'll shoot again. Please notice. Oh, Hamza, man. It gets a shot there and does take quite a few models down. I think he took 6 guys out instantaneously off that Coldwind Rider. Cohort of Sotek fighting Armored Kossars. Really good engagement for the Cohort of Sotek. Look at the value on these guys. Did pretty damn good the first time around. The second time, just as well. Armored Kossar leadership is gonna tank here in a minute. It looks like the Lord for Kislev ran off the back of the map. She shattered. They got over the leadership problem. Now they're sitting pretty again. Ain't bad at all. Little Grom is getting charged by the Coldwind Riders. It'll hold up okay for a little bit here. Little Grom is actually pretty decent at fighting. Doesn't have a lot of weapon strength, but it's got a decent amount of melee attack and melee defense. It can hold off attackers for a little bit. It's not as defenseless as most other artillery in the game. The best way to defend Little Grom is just have a Kislevite warrior sitting on top of it. Little Grom can still shoot out of the Kislevite warrior, and then any melee units that want to engage Little Grom have to get through the warriors first, which is pretty big ask for stuff like Coldwind Riders and Feral Cold Ones. And then if your opponent's trying to like push deep with Saurus Spears, Saurus are pretty slow. You can always find cavalry, magic, or shooting to kind of answer that. Oh, man, I just think that Jimmy is going to be able to outlast Hamza here. I think Hamza just fumbled with the cavalry a little too much. Fumbled with the cavalry, ran out of ammo, and didn't quite have the proper magic available. I think a Frostworm would have been a really good call. Frostworms are just always good against Lizardmen anyways. Like, the Frostworms are a good source of terror for just getting rid of Skinks and Saurus. Saurus have good leadership, but they will terror out, and they're not immune to ITP, or not immune to psychology in any way whatsoever. Cohort of Sotek are pretty tough, but you just avoid them with the Frostworm and drop your, like, Hawks of Miska on top of them. And you can use the Frostworm to, like, bully the Solar Engine a little bit. There was not a lot of anti-large shooting available for the Lizards. They actually didn't really bring out any Salamanders or anything like that. It makes me wonder if there even are any in Jimmy's build. Even if there were, Frostworms have pretty good armor, so it can survive a couple shots from a Salamander hunting pack just fine. You bring in, like, a really cheap Foot Patriarch for some heals as well in your reserve. And you can still find a way to fit in plenty of Dervishes and Winged Lancers. Honestly, though, I would say avoid Cost Fight Dervishes in this matchup and get Horse Archers instead. Horse Archers are really good at poking Saurus and Skinks from safety, because the Horse Archers of Kislev have pretty long range. 140 meters, in fact. Well outside the range of all the skirmishers that the Lizardmen have. And Solar Engines don't want to spend a ton of time shooting cavalry. It's not like a bad thing for them, but definitely they find a little bit more success if they're hitting the flanks of infantry and single entities, in my opinion. Definitely a few things to consider there for Kislev. They got good value out of most of their missile units. Now, the Wolfhearts got pummeled pretty badly. Armored Kossars, once the Armored Kossars were gone, there was just nothing for Kislev to anchor on. And the Cavalry micro was just not good enough. It was a little lackluster. You want to focus on getting as many Griffin Legion out as possible. Get 2 Griffin Legion out, then get your Winged Lancers, then get your Dervishes. Again, though, I would think about cutting the Dervishes. I would definitely cut these Kislevite Warriors. You're going way too deep in on Kislevite Warriors here. This is where you could cut all 3 of these Warriors and get a Frostworm. Even if it's not on your Lord. Like, the Lord Frostworm mount, I think, is best. But if you really just want to bring the caster cheap early, then you can just bring the Frostworm in from reserve and just use it from there, and that'd be just fine. It'd be very effective regardless. I do like the little Grom pick. It was pretty impactful for the most part, I would say. You got a Razordon hunting pack, so that's kind of the answer to the Frost, which is really just nothing to punish the Frostworm, except for the Spear Riders and the Razordons. And then getting, like, stuck on top of a Saurus Spear, which you should never ever let a Frostworm get stuck on anyways. There's just nothing to keep Worm from rampaging through this Lizardman army. The Worm would just be running over Skink cohorts and terror routing stuff. You, like, use Hawks of Miska and the Frostworm together, and you're debuffing leadership by 16, and you're introducing a source of terror. Most units are not going to be able to survive through that leadership-wise. Almost all of them are going to break. Probably fine to take one in reserve. Oh, you don't know if you like Grom into Lizards? Yeah, I think Grom is good into Lizards with just, like, one. You don't want to go too many little Groms, because Lizards do have ways to, like, push down these guys, and they can do it fairly effectively. The sled idea is what I really like. I love the idea of sleds. Get rid of the Ice Guard Glaives and this other Akshina and get 2 heavy war sleds. And have a really good time just blasting everything down. The shooting is really impactful from those sleds. They've got a ton of mass, and the heavy war sleds have good armor. So you can run over Source Spears and whatnot. Definitely bring a Patriarch if you bring war sleds, because Salyax is so good at healing those up. You gotta be careful of nets, though, if you bring war sleds. If there's, like, Mazda Mundi or something, he will absolutely just farm value by using Net of Amontok on your war sled core. Ogres, Lizardmen, Chaos Dowie, High Elves. What do we want to watch? Let's watch Skulltaker. We haven't seen Skulltaker play at all today. He's been practicing the Ogres a lot. Ogres are a really tough faction to learn, to be honest. It's been a bit of a long road for Skulltaker as he's getting used to his second faction. It's totally understandable because you're dealing with a pretty tough combination of traits. You've got pretty expensive elite stuff. That's your, like, line holders. Like, Powder Guts and Golg's Maneaters are really, like, the most durable ogre units, and they cost an arm and a leg. Really good, and they're absolutely worth every penny, but you've got to spend a lot of money on Pigback Riders and Noblars, and they're all really solid. Noblars are stupidly annoying and can get you a ton of value, especially the Flingers. Flingers, I don't know why people don't just max out on Flingers every game, because you get 5 of these little guys, and if they all get like 400 or 500 value, which is pretty normal if you bring a good core of Pigback Riders and regular Noblars to kind of like muck up the works, introduce some Ogre Bull dual weapons into the mix as well. They use all their ammo and they just like shoot Source Spears all game, and they will get you tons of value. Or they can shoot Colossadon Hunters. There's a lot of nice things here that Skulltaker has teched into to ensure that he's protected against the Lizardmen openers. He's got lots of anti-large with the Pigback Riders. He's got Powder Guts for any big flying targets like Colossadon Hunters that want to land on the Lead Belchers. And Lead Belchers are going to hard counter the Saurus. Saurus just get absolutely demolished by Lead Belchers. It's gross how much damage they do. I would bring another Lead Belcher out immediately as Skulltaker if I were to be quite honest about what my thought process would be. It'd just be an insta Lead Belcher, but we get a Saber Tusk pack instead, which is fine. Saber Tusk packs are really good at countercharging Ripperdactyls. And even Feral Cold Ones actually struggle into Saber Tusk pack. Saber Tusk pack have a lot of melee attack, actually, compared to the melee defense of Feral Cold Ones. And normally Feral Cold Ones get away with engaging into units that they might otherwise be weak into, because those units don't have a lot of weapon strength, but Saber Tusk packs are stacked to the gills on weapon strength. They got a good charge bonus, too, of 36. 32 models, they actually really do hold up well against the Ferals. So I got 2 of them out on that side point. Double Ripperdactyl coming in. Hiding in the trees, so really smart by Skulltaker. This is really good positioning. He's like, okay, I can't shoot these guys in the trees because the treetops do block shots, same as the actual tree models themselves. I'll just have the Powder Guts and the Lead Belchers rotate around into the open field where I can cover the number 3 objective really cleanly and start to work down the Chameleons and the Skink Skirmishers on the number 2 objective. Saber Tusk packs can rampage, and 75% of their HP, they don't have a lot of it. Not really a dive I would go for. I'd just start pulling back immediately, which is what Skulltaker does. He's doing a good job of managing the engagement so far. Pigback Riders getting in position. Lead Belchers are going to be able to open up on the Source Spears now. Oh, they're going to get a lot of collateral on the Skink cohorts too here. Yeah, taking a good chunk of HP out of the Saurus. Taking down some Skink cohort models as well. I don't think you need to rotate them over to this edge of the fight. I would just keep them where they are and just keep firing here. Another Lead Belcher comes up. It's a little later than I would want the second one out, but it's going to be okay. Salamander hunting packs are waiting in the wings. Colossadon Hunters are getting into a really ugly spot. They do not want to get poked by the Powder Guts at all. Powder Guts have wicked strong missiles. With 16 models, they do close to 2,000 damage if all of their shots hit. And, I mean, Colossadon Hunters in 3 volleys, if every single one of the Lead Belcher shots hit, they would kill the Colossadon Hunters in 3 volleys. And these guys fire quickly, too. 9 seconds is pretty quick firing succession. Anything big, single entity-wise, just gets completely hard countered by the Powder Guts running around. I love this unit. They're so fun. Really nice because of adaptive tactics as well. If they get engaged on by something kind of scary, they get the melee defense buff and a little bit of extra melee attack. And they can hold in long enough to get some support from Gnoblars. Gnoblar Trapper behind the main line. Gorger on the way in. Lead Belchers continuing their rampage. Look at the Saurus, man. Even with Shield of the Old Ones, they are still getting tossed around right now. Lead Belchers are a little close together. This is one thing you need to be careful of with your Lead Belchers, is having them right next to one another. One Ripperdactyl can lock both of them down, theoretically, right now. And you do have Ogre Bulls to peel. But Ripperdactyls have pretty good damage output because of their weapon strength. They got a ton of melee attack. If they get a good land here on the Lead Belchers, they could probably kill one of them before you have time to push them all back. And one Ripperdactyl for one Lead Belcher is a good trade, even though it's about even in terms of value. Lead Belchers provide way, way bigger uptrade potential for the Ogre Kingdoms. Oh man, Russian is just diving the Powder Guts here. This is the last thing you wanted to pile into, to be honest. And now Ogre Bulls onto the back of both Ripperdactyl units. This is going to be a very quick fight in favor of the Ogre Kingdoms. Saber-Tusk Pack contributing as well. Look at the Colossadon Hunters get folded up here. 66 value, only 107. Burning Head goes down and kind of whiffs. Not really hitting anything at all, actually, except for some of his own Saurus here at the end. Tickles them a little bit as it rolls through. Lead Belcher Fire continuing to chip down the Saurus Spears here, who have gotten next to no value. We get extra ingredients going off here from the Slaughter Master. He's running around with Heaven's Magic, by the way, Wind Blast, Harmonic Convergence. Really good spells, actually, for the Ogre Kingdoms. Harmonic Convergence, especially on Ogre Bulls, actually turns them into pretty nasty combatants. They can do some pretty wicked damage with extra stats, because they have really high weapon strength. As long as they're fighting on top of Gnoblars. Gnoblars are pretty crucial for your Ogre Bulls and Gorgers and whatnot to value trade. This Gorger was fighting on top of a bunch of spears. Really just kind of sacrificing themselves. They were just introducing a little bit of mass into the mix to keep the Saurus locked in place, while the Lead Belchers were getting reconstituted. I would actually save my fire. I would not shoot the Slant right now. You have a good chance to kill the Umbral Tide, and then the Powder Guts. Yeah, the Powder Guts can just kind of blast the Bastiladon from closer range here. And yeah, look at Skull Taker doing a really good job of swapping targets pretty regularly. Powder Guts push in really aggressively, but they have cover from Pigback Riders right underneath them. Ogre Bulls are pushing deep as well. Good support. Colin Spear Riders get hit by the Wind Blast. Beautiful use of the Windstruck effect, just to lower the charge speed and acceleration of these Spear Riders, so that the Powder Guts actually have time with the Lead Belchers buffering for them to escape. And the Gorgers actually get Harmonic Conversions. Then look at the stats here. 74 melee attack, 52 melee defense, 45 armor is not all that important, but they're definitely making it impossible for the Lizards to break through. This is a pretty normal result, by the way, for this matchup. Lizards just do not push against Ogres well. I don't know what it is about them. They've got lots of units that on paper would be really good against the Ogres. They've got their own, like, cheap skirmishers and lots of cheap infantry to fight Gnoblars and whatnot, and their cheap infantry do win against Gnoblars for the most part. The problem is that they just don't have counters to Lead Belchers, really. Like, you bring solar engines to shoot lead belchers if you want, but the powder guts and man-eater pistols ability to get rid of the solar engines is kind of unrivaled. I mean, solar engines are normally pretty hard to kill because of their perfect vigor, good HP pool, a bazillion armor. 140 armor is nasty business. That is, like, functionally immune to any non-AP damage. It's just the fact that, ogres have a lot of AP missile strength. I mean, they can just throw it out onto the field when they really want to bring it to the table. Mornfang Cavalry are also a pretty good answer to stuff like Croxagores and Feral Cold Ones, and just regular Cold One Riders. You can just swarm out with Saber Tusk packs, too, and Blood Vultures aren't a bad unit either. It's just a situation, I think, where normally Lizardmen want to kind of overwhelm you with numbers, and the Ogre Kingdoms kind of do what the Lizards want to do, just a little bit better. They just bring more, more meat to the table, quite literally. The Ogres are just thicker and bulkier than the Lizardmen can ever hope to be, because Lizards need to get into attrition-based fights, and the Ogres are kind of designed around shock damage, actually. They want their units charging around and just cleaving through units in big wave-based pushes. Beautiful burning heads here in the later stages of the game. This Fire Priest was struggling for a bit, but has dropped some really good burning heads to start getting some good value. The problem is the Umbral Tide have been completely pushed back. The Powder Guts are pretty beat up, but they have gotten close to 3,000 value, and the Solar Engine is on its way out. I mean, it's down to 300 HP, 240. Actually breaks, and the Powder Guts are gonna get the finish. They actually blast it down. No more blinded effects. Cohort of Sotek is on the field, but there's plenty of bodies for the Ogre Kingdom still. They've got a decent number of Flingers out. How'd the Flingers do? 300 here, 335 here. Where's the other Flinger? Where's the other Flinger? Guess it's already dead. Oh, no, that's a Trapper. Well, whatever, doing alright. Pigback Knights get some good value. Most of the Pigback Riders didn't do too much here. Solid units, but pretty unspectacular after some slight nerfs to them. They don't uptrade like they used to. It used to be Pigback Riders, just like freemium value. I mean, they would double their value pretty regularly. They got a slight change to how they worked, and they're a much more reasonable unit now. Still really strong, though, for their price point, definitely. I think it has allowed a lot of factions a little bit more leeway playing into the Ogres, though. Right now, the Ogres are just on a rampage. I mean, every time the Lizardmen kind of break through a few of the Ogre units, the Lead Belchers just get their cannons firing again, and they just start laying waste to whatever's trying to get past the tattered remains of their brethren. The Ogres are just playing such a good delaying game while still being able to farm value with their Missile Core. Powder Guts finally go down, not before getting 3k value, though. I mean, it's a 1,950 gold unit, so it's not like they doubled their value or anything, but man, that is just such premium work done by them. And it stacks up really nicely with the Lead Belcher value, because these guys are close to doubling up on what they cost. Saber Tusk Pack helped take down the Colossal Hunters again, who just did not do anything this game. 3,000 gold thereabouts spent on Colossadon Hunters. Or actually, they're 1,400. Are they 1,400 or 1,500? I can't remember anymore. But for all of the gold spent on them, 500 value. I mean, less than a fourth of what they've cost in total. Big oof, man. Really, really agonizing trade there. I need to message somebody. I got a weekly game I need to play today. I'd like to show that off on stream. Feral Cold Ones, yeah, Feral Cold Ones just getting blasted by the Lead Belchers. The way that you beat the lizard or beat the ogres as lizards is you got to build up. You just bring the solar engines just to poke a little bit and not lose too hard in the range duel. Do everything you can to avoid man-eater pistols and just build up all your skinks and feral cold ones and just get stuff into trees and behind shot blockers. And then when the time comes, you just, like, wing all of your mobility units out onto the edges of the Ogre Kingdom, formation. And just dive. Dive, dive, dive. Get the full surround. Infantry push the front. Mobility goes around the back. You get your, Ripper Dactyls to just bum rush the Lead Belchers. And just hope that you can kill enough to be able to grind down the ogres in the late game. Ogres are really bad in late game situations when their missiles are offline and they just kind of have to grind into stuff. Like, they can do a decent amount of work in melee combat. It's not really their cup of tea, though. Because they do have pretty flimsy leadership across the board. Definitely hurts their ability to maintain towards the end of games, especially if they lack leadership and magic.
Unending glory is yours.
Yeah, Flingers all paid for themselves, and one got 530 value. I mean, it doesn't look like much, but this is like, what? 300 gold, so 900 in total. You got 900 something there. You've got 1,000 value, or actually 1,100 value out of 900 gold's worth of stuff. And yeah, that doesn't sound that impressive, but it's a decent little uptrade. And then you gotta count in the fact that your opponent had to spend all that time killing the Flingers too at the end of the game. Like, all the time they spent fighting these Flingers was time that they were not on the Lead Belchers or the Powder Guts. Which means that all of these units, I mean, that's double the value on the Lead Belcher. That's a 1,200 gold uptrade on the Powder Guts. The other Lead Belcher got a 500 gold uptrade. It just means that everything else the Ogres bring out have to do a little bit less heavy lifting, which is exactly the position that they want to be in, where they can just kind of bring in Ogre Bulls and Dual Weapon Bulls and just mop up whatever remains of your opponent's infantry corps. Because you blasted all your opponent's expensive units out of the air, or just killed them when they tried to dive. It's pretty clutch, man. Pretty amazing stuff here. Really, really well played game by Skulltaker. Knew exactly what he wanted to do, executed it perfectly to a T. And for Russian guy, I don't really know what you can do here as lizards into the ogres. You gotta get rid of the Croxagore. Although maybe you could go get rid of this Ripper Dactyl, get another Croxagore actually, and get rid of the Red Crested Skinks. They're not good in this matchup at all. Even the cohort of Sotek is kind of bad. Get another Spear Rider, I suppose. You've got all these Soar Spears in your starting build. Probably cut this one in reserve. Maybe try and find a way to squeak another Solar Engine into the build. The Fire Slan is, honestly, I think a little wasted here. I think Life Magic is actually better. You just drop Earthblood on your Solar Engines. Force your opponent to spend a ton of ammo shooting the Solar Engines down. And then maybe you can get your Javos in range to, like, hit a Lead Belcher or two. These Skink cohort Javelins are sneakily one of your best units in this matchup, because they thump against low armor. Ogre Bulls have no shield. You can just absolutely ruin Dual Weapon Bulls and Ogre Bulls with concentrated Javelin fire from Skink cohorts. Chameleons, I think, might actually also be a little weak in that matchup, because the, hold on. Sorry, I'm messaging my opponent for my weekly tournament. Okay, probably gonna play that in an hour. Where was I? What was I saying? Oh yeah, they just get shot to death by lead belchers anyways. Lead belchers have enough weapon strength that they just kill chameleon skink models just fine anyways. Maybe with the life magic it's a little bit more survivable. Still think it's kind of pointless bringing a chameleon skink. You want to try and get as much mass and width into your army as possible. You need a lot of numbers to attack the Ogre Kingdoms. I do think the Fire Slan can work. You just need to hit better Burning Heads. The Burning Heads were not cooking in the early going. By the time they were starting to get good value, it was a little too late for any attempt at a comeback. Because the Umbral Tide was gone, Solar Engine was basically on death's door. The Ripperdactyls had already been blasted into oblivion. I think maybe just playing a little more patient Russian guy can have a better matchup there. Oh yeah, the Stegos. That's right, dude. Oh man, you can bring the Ballista Stegos or the Ancient Stegodons. That's a really good call. Where is Ancient Stego? Oh, down here. Yeah, so they've got like a little Howdah. It does a lot of damage. These things have a ton of armor and leadership. Actually really good at kind of running down Ogre Kingdom positions. And that's where the Life Slan can be at its peak efficiency. Because this guy can sit behind, and it's fairly safe from shooting, because your opponent's going to be so busy trying to shoot the Ancient Stegodons. Just get a bunch of skinks, I think, here. Maybe one Saurus Spear, get more cohorts. Get a Croxagore. I don't even know if you need the Colossodon Hunters. Basic Ripperdactyls do enough damage that they'd still be pretty good. Let's cut that guy. Because we do want like a couple more Saurus in there. 3 is about the right amount. Maybe you can get Poco Pop Cohort. Or you go for the Solar Engine. You cut that guy and you got the Umbral Tide. You got like one Ripperdactyl that can kind of go deep and look for some kills on Lead Belchers. And you use the Ancient Stegodons for a more active dive-based role. You still want to build up a little bit with this build, I think. If you don't want to spend the 1900 apiece, you can go for the cheaper Stegos, who don't have as good of leadership, but have a longer range ballista on their back. Does really good damage wearing out Lead Belchers. They poke the models down pretty effectively. Then you can get Poco Pop Cohort. And this is a pretty decent little option as well. You can go for a Salamander Hunting Pack in the opener as well. So these guys can run in behind the Stegos who are drawing all the aggro and just start dropping anti-large shots on Powder Guts or an unoccupied Lead Belcher, anything that you need to shoot. And you've still got Blood Statuette of Spite and Banishment. You use Blood Statuette on a Saber Tusk pack. It will do a ton of damage to Saber Tusks or Blood Vultures. And then Banishment on any blobs of, like, Noblars. Clearing out Noblar numbers is pretty important, no matter who you're playing into Ogre Kingdoms. You just gotta get rid of them somehow. Stegos can terror route them, but there are going to be times that you just need to, like, break them up even more because they're on top of something like Golg's Maneaters or something. Who can, you know, encourage the Noblars a little bit, make them a little less likely to run away. These guys have Encourage, right? Oh, I guess they don't. Dang, I thought they did. LOL. That's a little unfortunate, but Ogre Kingdoms, Slaughter Masters, these guys do Encourage, so they can give it a little extra leadership. I wonder if an Iron Blaster is good for the Ogre Kingdoms here. Iron Blasters have made a little bit of a comeback in the meta. I've actually seen people using them to pretty good effect a couple times now. It's been pretty funny to watch. I love those things. Alright, let's grab some round 5 games. We're up into it, so... let's see what we've got going on here. Drop them all in. Skip that. Ooh, Beastmen Tomb Kings. Did watch Iron lose earlier. His army is a little different. Warhounds into Undead is an even worse idea than Warhounds into Empire. It's these little, like, at least against the Empire, Warhounds can catch, like, a grenade launcher or a Pistolier or an Outrider or something. Against Tomb Kings, they're just going to get affected by fear and immediately run away when a Skeleton Horseman appears. Or they, like, terror out from War Sphinxes being near them. I kind of want to see this game, because I have a feeling this is not going to go well for Thunder. I don't really think this is the kind of build that you want against the Tomb Kings, to be honest. I do like the Koroks Man Rippers. I think they're better in Reserve, though, because Chosen of the Gods are almost always going to come out early. Koroks Man Rippers are pretty vulnerable to that kind of shooting. Bring them out of reserve in the late game, or they can anchor and they will just absolutely rip anything apart. Skeletons will just bounce off Koroks Man Rippers. These guys have a ton of melee attack, too. They're actually a really good generalist unit, believe it or not. Like, yeah, you want to use them against large targets, because that's where they're most effective. But I've seen Koroks Man Rippers take fights against stuff like, against, like, Khornate melee units and even equip themselves nicely. Like, against Chaos Warriors of Khorne with the silver shields, Koroks Man Rippers just get in there, and they've got enough melee attack to really bully those guys. Skeleton Horses roaming around doing their thing. Necrotect is on the Chariot with Vambraces of the Sun. Gonna be really tough for the Lizard, or for the Beastmen to deal with that guy. Razorgore Herd, Unger Raiders running around, and double cap early for the Tomb Kings, and Kimrian War Sphinx. Insta-terror routing a lot of Ungor Spears. These guys not having a very good time. War Sphinx takes a little bit of damage, about 600, nothing too ruinous. Ungor Raiders getting in position to counterfire. It would be really nice to have some throwing axes, though. Throwing axes are kind of an indispensable unit for the Beastmen. And I'm just not seeing enough of them, to be honest. I mean, keeping them back early against the Tomb Kings is good. Because Tomb Kings do have Usirians, which is really good against your cavalry. I do kind of like the idea of going for a pretty infantry-heavy build early. Save money on the mobility until the late game when you really need to bring it forward and get rid of some of the Skeleton Horsemen and whatnot. Beastmen have the tools to be able to, like, get into the Tomb King's backline without too much of a problem. They can just use, like, Ungor Raiders to, like, poke big stuff or Sepulchral Stalkers. They just really don't need the Chimera. Chimeras are so much better against, like, Chaos factions, against factions with, like, really cheap infantry. Like, the Chimera breath attacks are just not that useful. Doesn't get you a lot of value, and there's a lot of shooting to bring the Chimera down. Chimeras are really good in melee. They're really easy to blast if they just sit up in the sky. And that's been a lot of what I've seen out of Iron Thunder with these Chimeras. It's just a little too inactive with them. He just leaves them in positions where they get poked down by accurate shooting. Skeleton Horsemen, Unga Bunga onto the Unga Bunga Spearmen. Synagores, the Koroks Man Rippers, get a beautiful surround on all three of these horsemen. Welsh Lion, next time, just don't dive with all three. Like, use two to engage here. wait with the other one for any potential engagements from Senegors and then dive onto the back of the Senegor units that come in. Or you just don't even take this fight at all and you just keep them in reserve. Like, you've got the ranged advantage. You're blasting your opponent off of your main formation. Just keep doing that and save yourself the time and effort. Cameroon War Sphinx gets in again, insta-routes the poor Ungor Raiders. These guys not having a good day. And the Cameroon War Sphinx running away from the Butchers of Kalkengard. And Sepulchral Stalkers in position with their little laser eyes to get a really nice effective volley here. Butchers do not want to be fighting on top of Skeleton Spears. And look at that, the Necrotect gets in immediately. Look at the stats on the Butchers of Kalkengard going in the absolute toilet instantaneously, man. Really, I would think that attacking this side point with all the Skeleton Spears on the number 3 is the right call, because there's, like, no support for these guys over here. You bring in some Slongors quickly out of your side point over here, get, like, 2 of them up quickly to get after those Spearmen. And you use the rest of your army to, like, position and threaten dives into your opponent's artillery line. You don't actually go for a full commitment unless you get a numbers advantage. Anything is kind of better than what's going on now, where you're trickling into your opponent and they just have like a wall of missiles and solid debuff units. Kotep with his Skull Stormed. Brutal damage on the Koroks Manrippers, by the way, with that Darude Sandstorm. Grand Hierophant Kotep doing a lot of work, and Cameroon War Sphinx getting in there, and Koroks Manrippers breaking instantly. All that shooting is just really hurting them. Nice little Vile Tide. I do think it's a nice little spell. I would be using Traderkin on cooldown right now, though. I mean, we've missed tons of good opportunities to hit the Necrotect and Kotep. Also, the Cameroon War Sphinx. I mean, this is an AoE Spirit Leech. I mean, it is really disgusting how much damage Traderkin does. You can get 5,000 value pretty easily just using Traderkin all game. Especially against the Tomb Kings. It is the right spell for sure. The Vile Tide is something you use on, like, Nehekara Warriors at most. You know, you can do a little bit of damage to those guys. Chimera in the back line. It's honestly a pretty good unit to use to go after artillery pieces because of the immune to flanking effect. You can also get back here and use its breath attack on the crews. The breath attack can sometimes kill artillery pieces, and sometimes it like splashes onto the guys who are in the little reserve column of the artillery crews, and just like blast down those guys and get them to crumbling pretty quickly. Korngor's getting pounded by the Screaming Skull catapults right now. Not the craziest value on those, honestly, right now. It's really been the Chosen of the Gods and the Cameroon War Sphinx that have done a majority of the work here. Necrotect has also contributed pretty nicely. Sepulchral Stalkers have been shooting Chimera and Butchers of Kalkengard for the most part. They've killed a few guys, but nothing too crazy, just some Senegors, I think. Korngor's getting wrecked by this combo right now. They get on top of the Skeleton Spears, who are already dissipating, and then they get rear charged by the Necrotect and the War Sphinx. And instantly routed. They get terror routed before their... oh no, their Unbreakable Dead proc first. That's fine, they were holding in. But the Great Shaman didn't really get any magic off. Beastmen were just a little out of sorts that game. It's a pretty tough matchup. I don't think the Butchers of Kalkengard are all that necessary here. I would actually just bring Great Weapon Minotaurs. Save money on the Warhounds. Don't bring them. Korngors are nice. Again, you don't need Goreherd and Slangors. In fact, I don't think you need Slangors at all in this matchup. Well, actually, now that I say that, I guess their guaranteed ITP is really good against the War Sphinxes. Although you can just go Gore Herd and save yourself a little bit of money and just fill out with something else. You need throwing axes. Throwing axe Synagores are an indispensable tool here. You cannot pass them up. They do so much damage against the constructs. They're really, really safe to use as well. As long as they're not getting hammered by Usirians, which you should be able to shut down with Traderkin. It's the whole reason you bring Traderkin here, is you use it to just bully Kotep. Kotep will melt if he gets hit by the Traderkins a bunch. Oh, Welsh Lion! Actually, one of the reasons we might not have seen any of the casting might also be because we've saw enough spell spam for the Lich Staff to do its work. I always forget about this thing. It's a 15-second cooldown imbuement. And it's got basically an unlimited number of uses. It's got no cooldown, so your opponent could just get completely locked out from using magic. Completely. I think you can still find a couple of opportunities to get Traderkin off, though. If you can get Traderkin off on the Necrotect, Grand Hierophant Kotep, or the Cimmerian War Sphinx, that's value city. It's like just piling it on, even if it's just hitting the single targets. Oftentimes, though, people are just not ready for playing around Traderkin, because people are used to avoiding blobbing up because they're worried about their infantry and stuff getting punished, but people really like to use single entities together. When you force them apart with Traderkin, just by the very threat of it existing in your spell kit, opponents can get thrown off by that really hard. Bray Shaman doesn't really need Forbidden Rod. I don't find it possible to use all of Forbidden Rod and keep this guy out on the field for the entire game. It does about 400, 500 damage usually to this guy with each use. He does not survive through that very well. He basically could use all three if he never gets touched the entire game. That's really hard to guarantee, though, especially against a faction with some sneakily strong range tools in the back pocket. Probably just need to be a little more careful with them. I would just put him on a Tuskgore Chariot as well. You don't really want to use a Razorgore Chariot mount on the Bray Shaman into Undead. If this were a mortal faction, I would say bring the Chariot, because you can like run over like Jade Warriors or something, for example, pretty easily. It's too much mass on the Tomb King's roster. And I think the Necrotect even can outduel your Bray Shaman on his Chariot because of Van Braces. It's pretty goofy watching the bumper cars. Any more replays? Not really. We can just jump into one of these other ones here. Let's watch Dalton and Tobias play. Both pretty good guys. Been around for a little bit. Dalton is a really good Tzeentch player. And Tobias, he's getting to the point where his empire is looking pretty expert. Tobias definitely just needs to refine his empire
Kill every last one of them.
just a little bit more before he's I think gonna take one of these tournaments. It's gonna happen sooner than later, though. Pistoliers are grabbing the number 3. A lot of Zangors moving up. Lots of Blue Horrors too, which I don't mind at all. I do really like Blue Horrors for matchups against factions with really lightly armored front lines. Because Blue Horrors have a decent amount of ammo, and they hit pretty hard. If you can get Blue Horrors to just use all their ammo to like blast down a Spearman, and they're able to engage with a decent amount of HP left, they are very, very valuable. They can definitely get some uptrades for you. Nice final transmutation. Elspeth can heal. It's only a 10% heal, though. That's like 300 HP for each use, and there's only 2 uses. She's got Spirit Leech, Purple Sun, Pale Scythe, so she's looking to punish any expensive characters with Spirit Leech, and Purple Sun for any like blobs of infantry that develop. Stuff like Chaos Warriors especially, but not really gonna find a whole lot of those here. Gonna get a Searing Doom. It's gonna whiff. Very good retreat from Tobias. Good attention. Joe Dalton with a slight value lead because he's getting some good damage on these Pistoliers. Blue Horrors pushing these guys back. You can see how much value they got from just one volley. Almost 200. About a third of the way to paying for themselves. Blue Horrors here are going to just retreat back. Zangors and, really just Zangors. There are some Forsaken mixed in here. But the Zangors are going to be the ones catching most of the missile fire here with their silver shields. Silver Bullets are hovering around and looking to shoot at the Furies, although the Furies are going to go for a dive on the Hurricane Jaeger Corps, actually. They do get a pretty clean engage, but a lot of Empire Knights, or Empire Knights and Pistoliers coming in to try and get rid of these guys. But the Furies rip the Hurricane Jaeger Corps apart. Oh, that's brutal. Nice value on that, Fury. Oh, and that is just that is disgusting. That is a huge blob of cavalry. Oh, and that's a big blunder from Tobias. You gotta be so careful around Searing Doom. Oh no! So not only do you lose your elite Hochland long rifle, you basically lost all these Pistoliers. Like, the Pistoliers went from 75% health, around half health, to less than a third for both. And your Empire Knights got punished pretty hard. They lose a decent little chunk of their HP, about a quarter of it. Hurricane Jaeger Corps are going to rally. They're not going to break. They're still going to be able to shoot here. Doing a pretty decent job of poking some of this stuff down. Blue Horrors need to get off the Empire Captain. Like, peel both of them around, get them in this little pocket right here, and use them to shoot down the Silver Bullets right now. Or the Hurricane Jaeger Corps. I think they should be in range of both of those, in fact. Blue Horrors poking around on the outside, doing a good job of getting Zangors into the State Troopers. State Troopers get absolutely bodied by Zangors. They hold up really nicely here. And Blue Horrors are just going to finish off this Pistolier unit. No doubt at all. Beautiful Purple Sun. Just completely deletes the Zangors. Like, bye-bye, unit, gone, dead, instantaneously. Another beautiful Searing Doom. Joe has been all over them. First one whiffs, but the follow-up two have been absolutely devastating. Just completely crushing Knights, Pistoliers, and now Silver Bullets. Akold goes really deep into the backline. He actually did some good damage to the Hochland Long Rifles. Oh, and a Changebringer. Oh, beautiful, beautiful call-in. Since the Hochlands have been so beat up, Changebringer is actually able to get a couple of good volleys off, but they are getting blasted. The Hurricane Jaeger Corps, crazy accuracy with backup from the Silver Bullets, able to kill that very expensive Tzeentchian unit. And Tobias suddenly swinging back into the lead. Just with that one kill. That's the risk with Changebringers, man. The flimsiness on them is no joke, and it's kind of hard to come back when you lose them like that. Beautiful Tier 3 army ability. This is exactly how you get back in the game, though. Bye-bye Knight of the Black Rose, and this greatsword gets absolutely roasted. Banished to the depths of hell, for sure. Brutal losses for the Empire there from that Tzeentch army ability. That's probably close to 1,500 gold's worth of stuff, which gets Joe within the margin of error now. Oh, and another beautiful Searing Doom. This one on the other greatsword that the Empire trotted up. About 1,300 HP lost. Ooh, the Sorcerer Lord gets hit by a Spirit Leech. Mega boosted by the Pale Scythe. And, I think Death's Timekeeper has been used. Yeah, once in here. Oh my god. He had so much HP last time I checked him out, and now Elspeth just brings him low, down to 1,000 HP. I would be running after him trying to get Death's Timekeeper on him. You could break him and run him off the field here. Spirit Leech is basically doubled up on damage right now. It is bad value if you can hit just one more good Purple Sun or just a wicked strong Spirit Leech on one of these characters. Acold is still very healthy. Definitely want to avoid him with anything short of... Well, the Empire Captains are pretty beat up. I don't even think they want to fight with Acold right now. Blue Horrors have done okay. These Blue Horrors that have been fighting the Empire Captain all game have been wasted pretty massively. There's no reason it should have been stuck up on this guy the entire game. You get it off of the Empire Captain and use it to like shoot down some of these other Empire units. Chaos Sorcerer's hiding in the back. Elspeth is not doing much right now, to be honest. She's a little bit out in the middle of nowhere, hoping to get some good magic off, but not really finding great opportunities. Tobias is barely hanging on. Herge Jaeger Corps is pretty beat up. Hawkland's back here. There's only 5 guys left. Just on some of them, get them out of here. Silver Bullets paid for themselves, but they are getting run down by Forsaken. Jim Dalton might be able to outmuscle the Empire here, as long as he doesn't lose his Lord. Empire melee units are pretty weak overall. You can just bring out swarms of Zangors and maybe like a Synagore or two, and you should be able to control all these objectives. Royal Altar Griffites are trying to kill Acold. Acold getting hit. Look how much damage these Spirit Leeches are doing, by the way. I mean, that is just vile. Acold had his full barrier and everything, and he still lost over 1,000 HP from that one Spirit Leech cast, thanks to the Pale Scythe. I think Power Transmutation got canceled there. The Sorcerer Lord moved out of range and wasn't able to actually get it off against Elspeth. Chariots rally. They got beat up by the Royal Altar of Griffites, but they escaped with every one of their bottles, and now they're going to kill the Herge Jaeger Corps here. They make great impact. They lower these guys' health by almost 400. Subsequent charges, getting them to the breaking point. They're down on it. 10 models left. 400 HP. Chariot's down to it as well. Which unit is going to break here first? Looks like the Chariot's going to break. Royal Altar of Griffites clean them up pretty nicely. Ooh, Acold against Elspeth. Elspeth, oh my god, that's a huge blunder. Acold is not somebody that Elspeth wants to tangle with at all. He's just way too good of a duelist for that fight to play out in your favor. I mean, I guess if you're going to bum rush him with 1,000,000 cavalry, that's something. You got to be careful of a Searing Doom here, though. I would be just blitzing forward to try and pop some kind of big spell on this blob here that the Empire's thrown up. There's actually going to be a Tier 3 Tzeentch army ability in here. Oh man, not again. The Royal Altar of Griffites are going to melt if they get hit by a couple of good shots here from this. And yeah, a few of these missiles start to make really good contact here at the end, and Knights of the Black Rose got hard punished by that. Looking real flimsy. Those army abilities don't reflect in the value up top here either. Zangor's in. Zangor's just going to face check the Royal Altar of Griffites. They're not going to win this fight. They're going to hold them off the point for a little bit at least. And you can see that Joe has done a great job of playing the points. Held a triple cap for almost the entire game. Did a great job of getting up on them early. Punished the missiles of the Empire enough that they are just not able to value trade Tzeentch off the field. They're doing a good job of just flooding the zone and keeping back any cap weight off of these objectives. Every time an Empire Captain or somebody gets close to flicking a point, there's a Zangor there to get up on the objective and just stop the cap. So that's a beautiful game from Joe. I mean, it was a pretty tough one. He definitely downtraded in a lot of different areas of the battlefield, but was scrappy enough and persistent enough to be able to bail himself out of trouble. That Changebringer pick was not it. Just Don't even bother. 4 Forsaken ain't bad. I think it might be a little much on the Forsaken front. I would get rid of the 2 Forsaken. I would even get rid of the Changebringers here. This is just too much firepower from the Empire. There's no way Changebringers are ever going to get to shoot safely. I actually think that for Tzeentch there, the best option would just be another Synagore. And maybe 1 Chaos Spawn. Chaos Spawn of Tzeentch are actually pretty sticky. Because of their barrier and unbreakable and armor sundering magic attacks, they are a really frustrating unit to get around. They lower the armor on knights by 30, and that allows for Tzeentch Forsaken and even Zangors to chew up Empire Knights and even the Royal Altar of Griffites. Because you come over here and look at the Empire Cavalry. Empire Knights get down to 80 armor, Reichsguard down to 90, Knights of the Blazing Sun to 70, Knights of the Black Rose down to 90. You know, they're pretty heavily armored across the board, and they'll definitely not suffer too horrifically because of the armor sundering. But you also got to remember that Greatswords are doing a majority of the pushing for the Empire onto objectives. Greatswords get absolutely steamrolled by Tzeentch spawn, because their armor goes down to 65, and then you just have like a Forsaken or a Zangor on top of the spawn, and it's a pretty nasty wombo combo that Greatswords are not going to last through. And then if Knights have to engage onto the spawn, that's where they can just get shredded with the support of Infantry and the spawn. It's not quite as good of a trade as against the Greatswords, but it's still pretty useful. And you've got plenty of Furies and Skyrays to be able to compromise Hawklands. The only thing that Tzeentch struggles with against Empire is like Empire going for like multiple cannons. That can be pretty tricky for Tzeentch to deal with because they don't have great long-range artillery options themselves. They've got Soul Grinders, but they're pretty short range at 250. It can be kind of hard for Tzeentch to get all the way into the back line to like effectively shut down artillery pieces. I would just do Shrieking Skyrays. I get the spawn. You do Sorcerer Lord with Metal Magic. I really love this guy. I mean, just really strong overall. I don't know if you need Paragon of Change. I don't think you do, really. Sword is a really good summon. Absolutely want to bring that. Go with your Zangors, go with your Blue Horrors, you bring Acold. I don't know about Acold, to be honest. I personally wouldn't be bringing him, but he is fairly cheap for such a solid combat character. He provides a lot of utility in the late game, just by existing on objectives and causing problems for your opponent. The 1,500 gold. What else was in that Tzeentch opener? Oh yeah, the 2 Forsaken. How do you squeeze that in? Didn't bring Paragon of Change or anything. Whoops. I guess didn't have metal shifting or evasion. Oh yeah, that makes sense. I kind of do love metal shifting because Metal Magic is a fairly cheap lure just because of Searing Doom. If you also have Plague of Rust, then you can get a lot of weapon strength buffs for your units, and Zangors actually benefit pretty nicely, as well as Forsaken from the increase. 10% is, or 12% even, is a hefty little chunk for both of these units, because Zangors have a good charge bonus and decent weapon strength. With okay AP values, they get an extra 1 AP and then 2 extra base weapon strength. They can tangle a little bit better if you've got metal shifting, but it's not a requirement by any means. I do really like the double Cynagore. Cynagores are just really good against the Empire Knights and whatever other mobility Empire might throw up. Whoops. Yeah, just, you know, apply the correct Lord. Tim, I never made that mistake. Get like a Marauder Horseman, maybe. They're not bad here. Pink Horror, also a good option. I don't think you really need a Halberd unit, I'm going to be honest. Empire's got plenty of tools to shoot Halberds up. It's kind of hard to keep these guys alive. Just more Tzeentch foot shooting with some more Pink Horrors. Pink Horrors are actually pretty good against State Troopers because they cause fear, have decent little combat stats in their own right, and the Phys Res makes a big difference. And look at that barrier, man. If they survive a combat against a State Trooper and they get their barrier back up, they're going to be really tough to just fully break through. There's a few different ways you can play that matchup, though, as Tzeentch. This is one of Tzeentch's better matchups, in my opinion. The double Artie build for Empire has, to me, many times looked to be the best bet against the Trickster God. That they are just so long range that Tzeentch is not able to close ground against you effectively, and you can value trade pretty nicely. Because Empire Cannons do pretty good work against infantry as well. It's pretty slow DPS, but it adds up. Adds up pretty quickly. Alright, let me grab our semis replays. We're going to get right into those guys. Oh my god. That's beautiful. We're going to save the Tzeentch High Elf game. We're going to get through our Greenskins versus Empire matchup here. Jaden is playing today. I didn't know you were playing, Jaden. I've missed all of your other games, man. I'm sorry to have missed them, too. Very fond of it. Yeah, Elspeth on the Dragon is really disgusting. Coruscating Blast is easily one of the best breath attacks in the entire game because it just deletes single entities. It is disgusting how good Elspeth's breath attack is. Pretty cool little build here. You actually got Snagla mixed in here. He's got Spiderweb attack and inventory of hatchlings. Spider hatchlings are pretty disruptive, and the snare lasts for a decent amount of time. 18 seconds? Pretty long, honestly. You've also got Fermented Fungi, which is a rampage, and Tormentor Swords. There's just max disruption to movement for the Empire units, and there's just a ton of Spearmen. I actually think that's a really bad idea against Greenskins. You don't need this many Spearmen. You actually need some Swordsmen, in my opinion. Because you're going to lose the frontline fight. You don't want to lose so hard that you just can't do anything. And Swordsmen at least can beat up on, like, Orc Boy spears. I mean, they're not going to beat an Orc Boy, but I don't know, man. I'm a little worried here. I'm a little worried here. Goblin Wolf Chariot's getting absolutely just boinked by the engineers and the Black Lions. Black Lions just crushing the Goblin Wolf Chariot right now. This Goblin Wolf Chariot gets a really good charge through the Spearmen, but they get stuck up in this other spear unit. They're going to go down real fast. These things are very lightly armored. Super vulnerable to shock damage from Spearmen. And Pistoliers are closing the gap, too. They're going to pin in a few of these models, potentially. And maybe even kill them. They've also got their pistols, which have good damage output against lightly armored stuff, so there's no way the Wolf Rider Chariots are getting out of here. They actually do route, and they're going to be run off the field. Balthazar Gelt making sure that one gets run off. Huge win. I mean, those Wolf Rider Chariots are not very expensive. They're 400-something gold, I think. But every little bit counts, and that's a lot of value that is not being reflected up here. Ooh, potential disaster, though. If Balthazar Gelt gets surrounded by the Goblin Wolf Riders, which is what Jaden is going for, look at that. pushing around, trying to pin Balthazar Gelton, although his Wolf Riders are not doing a very good job of surrounding our old boy over here. You could get Snagla and the War Boss to snipe him. Really awesome play by Tobias, though. He's able to squeak away. Empire's moving up onto the point. I would not engage in the front line, even if it's just against the Goblins. You just want to keep your opponent from capping this point. And then forcing more and more overextensions out here on the side of the map. Because Jaden's going pretty deep with the Goblin Wolf Riders right now. He is on top of this Pistolier. The Pistoliers are going to get punished so hard right now. And it might give the time for the Wolf Chariots to rally. No, there's enough Pistoliers in the back of them that they're going to run these guys off. Oh, and a Terror Route! Oh, brutal. Royal Ult of Griffites insta-route the Wolf Riders here. Yeah, Jaden is bleeding a lot of value that Tobias is not getting credit for. It's 300-400 at a time. There's probably about 600-700 value that Tobias is not getting reflected in here. Ooh, this is a potential game-changing moment. Great fermented fungi on Balthazar Gelt. He rampages into Orc Boys, who then also get the Spite of the Bad Moon buff. War Boss is in here. He's also got the bonus versus large now. Snagla doesn't look like he got the buff. I think he was a little too far away when it got popped initially, but he does get his snare off. Spiderweb attack goes down on Balthazar. He's still locked in here. Oh, this is going to be a brutal snipe potentially. Can the War Boss finish Balthazar Gelt? I think he might not be able to. Wow, look at that. The snare wears off, and now we've got Balthazar trying to pull back. Gorkle Fix-It going now. More snares, just full snare build. His little Night Goblin Shaman caster came in at some point. Not sure when this guy came out onto the field, but doing a great job of supporting. He's got Sneaky Stabbing, which is a great spell. Vindictive Glare, also really good. Can actually snipe Balthazar Gelt potentially later in the game. Jaden is staying with it, and Tobias is staying fairly even. He's, like I said, there's a decent amount of value that's not being reflected in his favor. The problem, though, is the Pump Wagons and the Goblins and Orc Boys just absolutely crush the Spearman Corps over here. Like, all these Spearmen just bodied horrifically. No real value to speak of, unfortunately. They're just not built for engaging Greenskin Infantry in any fashion whatsoever. Empire Knights are going to take down the Flappas, which is awesome. They're fairly healthy, so they're going to be able to find some more opportunities later in the game. And Black Lions, if they can snipe the War Boss and maybe even the Shaman, then I could see the Empire getting back in this one pretty quickly. Leadership penalties are absolutely brutal for the Mean Green Fighting Machine. Look at the Stone Trolls. Oh, the Royal Ult of Griffites, hard pushing with the Pistoliers back here, and Engineer support. Run down the Trolls. There is an Orc Boar Boy Biggin that can get into this fight. Desperately need them to engage against the Royal Ult of Griffites here. Balthazar Gelt is running off the map. That's brutal. There's no Searing Dooms. There's nothing to punish the Boar Boy Biggins now, and they get a beautiful engagement against the Ult of Griffites with Spite of the Bad Moon popped on them too, no less. And in mere moments, they instantaneously bring this fight back into the favor of Jaden. Empire did grab that point. It's very fortunate for Jaden that he's holding the #1 as he is. He needs to rally back. He needs to just get his Spearmen onto the corners of this objective with one archery unit posted up behind him, and then rally the other archers over to shoot the Empire off the #2 objective. They can do that here. Get a beautiful spiderweb attack on the Royal Ult of Griffites. These, oh man, these Snagla snares have been devastating. Both of these guys making big plays to get back into these games. Not giving up the Ghost at all. Engineers with great value. These restocks and Mercurial shots are really attritioning down a lot of the infantry and mobility for the Greenskins, but the problem with going up against Greenskins, they've got a lot of durability. They've got just tons of units for one. I mean, they can swamp the field in bodies. There's 30 units in this build from Jaden. It's a lot to have to clear through. The other thing is just the amount of HP that all of these orc units have. They've got pretty hefty HP pools. There's a lot of Fizz Res on Savage Orcs as well, which Empire does not counter very well. The archers for the Greenskins are fairly effective here because they just slightly outrange the Empire counterparts, other than crossbows. And it's a little hard to bring Hawklands when there's so many swarming elements that can penetrate your backline and run down really expensive, fragile weapon team units. Black Lions run out of room. Oh, and the poor boy Biggins actually get on top of them. Snagla is in here too. Snagla could rout. Looks like he's going to hang on. Losing currently... Where's the Greenskin Lord? Where's the little war boss? Oh, he's all the way over here. Doesn't have a lot of HP. Gets a really nice Tormentor sword off, though. Oh my god. And he got Gorkle Fix-It on all those units, too, so they had an even harder time retreating. Demogryph Halberds are just locked in here. They have nowhere that they can go to escape. And look at the Stone Troll. Sneaky Stab and lasts for freaking ages. I mean, it's a 40-second... buff to melee attack and armor-piercing damage. Now they also get Wah, and look at the Stone Trolls with 170 weapon strength. 120 of that AP. 72 melee attack is just going to crush right through whatever the whatever the Democrat Halberds and the Empire Knights have. Jaden pushing back hard now. Did recapture his home objective, and he's sweeping up the remaining spearmen with his Savage Orcs. And the Engineers, despite all the good value trading that they've done, they are not going to be able to carry this game on their own. There's too many Bull Boy Biggins on the field, and the Stone Trolls, they got punished a little bit early, but they did a good job of rallying back, regenerating for a bit, playing patiently with these guys, and now they've engaged at a critical moment and won a crushing victory on this side of the field for Jaden. Nice final transmutation that is definitely going to wear out the Stone Trolls. Ooh, but it jumps off of them because it was on the Broken Tusk mob. Brutal. Balthazar Gelt with 1700 value. Rugloods with a decent amount of value here. Savage Orcs pushing the number 3. Black Lions continuing to do some good work, but they're just not getting enough value. Whereas in some of these other games, where I've seen them, even today, like earlier, I believe they got close to 2600 value on the other game Tobias was using them. This time around, they're only getting about 1400 value. They've been firing all game, too. They just are not firing quickly enough to swing these fights. By the time they've killed something, there's another, like, unit, or even 2 that's out on the field for Jaden. We'll see what happens. They get another restock, so they've got a lot of ammo. They can just continue to farm. Balthazar Gelt is routing again, though, which is another rough moment for the Empire. I can't help but feel like Boris would have been a better pick. Like, Boris Todbringer, 1 engineer, and then either a Burning Headcaster or some Life Magic would be the play here. Life Magic is just always good in my opinion. I don't know why people don't bring it more often. I think it's amazing. I mean, you've got all kinds of good spells on there. Flesh to Stone is awesome. That would be really useful here. You can do Shield of Thorns, which is another really good spell. Or you can just do classic Earthblood Awakening of the Wood spam. Awakening of the Wood lowers speed on units. You could use it to pop it on Boy Biggins that want to charge down your cavalry. Just blow it up and slow them for 10 seconds while your Empire Knights pull back, and then you can drag them into spears and stuff. I think this build is maybe just a little too honest. It's a little bit too deep into the range focus. Like I said, the Engineers and the Black Lions have been good units, but they have not been contributing enough to make up for how poorly everything else is done. Empire Knights have struggled all game. The Spearmen are just getting dunked on again. They just cannot win against the Pump Wagons and Savage Orcs. I mean, wave after wave of them coming out is going to continue to just slowly overwhelm the Empire forces here. And Boy Biggins with 2100 value is a devastating sight to see. That means they've just been hard countering the Empire Knights all game. Boy Biggins penetrate into the back line back here and do kill one of the Black Lion models, which is kind of huge because that lowers the DPS even more. They were already, you know, not really providing the kind of value that was needed. With a 25% reduction to their burst damage, it'll take him even longer to use all that ammo, and it's just not going to happen. Tobias is holding on. He's trying to make some plays, but he's just run out of room. And he's so far behind on the objectives now. I mean, he's like YOLOing Pistoliers like directly into the teeth of the Savage Orc Airboys, and these Airboys all up-traded. Ruglud's probably got close to 1200 value. I actually did get exactly 1200 value, shocker. Rugluds are crazy, man. They are such a disgusting unit. I think Rugluds alone, when they got added into the game, were one of the single most impactful changes to the entire roster for the Orcs. Like, the extra range that they get, plus their missile having a decent amount of AP and really solid melee stats with good leadership, they just do something that, I don't really know if anybody even considered this to be a niche that needed to be filled, because it's not like the other Airboys are all that weak. Like, Savage Orc Airboys are kind of tough to kill at times, thanks to the Fizz Res and their decent melee attack and weapon strength. Just, these guys are even more well-rounded, so they offer up a bulwark that outperforms, like, enemy melee infantry, short of, like, dedicated greatswords. And because they're an ROR and they fire so quickly, their bow value is wicked. If they use all their ammo, they'll get like 1600 value. Gotta have a way to get rid of these guys. I do wonder if maybe going, like I said, Boris, and then one engineer, and then a burning headcaster wouldn't have worked out better. Just have to be able to clear out goblins. Goblins and Orc Boys are genuinely enough of a headache that you do need to bring some kind of contingency against them. You either go for a Burning Headcaster, or you get rid of the Black Lions, and you grab, like, a bunch of mortars. Like, I think for the cost of the Black Lions, you can get triple mortar, and honestly, I don't think that would be too bad for this matchup. You definitely have to sweat a little bit to defend it from pressure from the mobility side of things. But yeah, how much are they? Yeah, 1900, man. Pricey. And yeah, mortars, 3 of them. You can even wow, I think you can even upvet them all. It's going to be slower DPS, but I think it's going to be more impactful long term. And your opponent's going to be diving so hard on your own backfield that you'll be able to fill out a little bit better with your spearmen and infantry. I would do something like this. Then you can get old Balthy if you really want to. It's not bad. He's a good character. I play a little sparingly with him here. You can cut evasion, I guess. I don't really think you need Staff of... Well, actually, Staff of Alon's is pretty good, because you can, if you get, like, a good enough, Overcast Final Transmutation in the opener, you can probably just kill your opponent's, caster instantaneously. Or their Lord. You go for the Double Engineer. Put him on the Warhorse. You know what? What if you did Double Engineer on foot? And you just had them use Mercurial Shot and restock with Master Ability. You just keep them on foot, and for the same cost as them on the horse with, like... Actually, even cheaper, man. Like, you get all these buffs. You got faster firing mortars with more accuracy. You got infinite ammo for them. And you can just use Mercurial Shot to, like, pop your opponent's, deep diving, boar boys right in the face and probably just hard counter them. You can even bring, like an archer or something. Or you could cut the chevrons. Get a free company militia. I think going for more... You can probably get an Empire Knight to help protect. I would definitely try and get a decent number of Empire Knights. Royal Griffites are a good unit. They definitely can help sweep up the back line. Grabbing them is not a bad idea at all. You could also maybe do War Wagon Mortars to blast apart the front line. You could probably just do, like, 2 mortar wagons together. Yeah, 2 mortar wagons is the same as all these guys. Actually, a little bit more. Oh, never mind. Whatever. 1900 versus 1800. You could find some a way to pare that down. There you go. Then doot. The engineers on foot, though, aren't going to be able to support the same way. There's a little bit of mix and match that you can do. I think this would be just slightly better than what we just saw. You can even bring some Null Ironsides in and just go really deep into, like, ranged positions. Or you just stop your opponent's momentum in your back line and just blast them back off the map slowly but surely. You definitely should be able to do that as the Empire here. I would even bring a couple Flagellants just to help you push. Fill out with a ton of free company militia, and then maybe a Knight of the Black Rose. Try this out, maybe. You just use your knights in the back line exclusively. You never push them forward. Always use them to just counter whatever mobility might be trying to get into your backfield. You just focus fire as best you can. Engineers use Mercurial Shot to blast any cavalry units trying to close the ground, because Mercurial Shot does good damage to cavalry too. And again, they just restock the mortars and sit by them and Master of Ballistics them into the stratosphere in terms of what they can do. They're going to get a huge reload time reduction with this ability. Alright, Zinchiles. Spent a lot of time talking about that last game. Just wanted to talk about it because Empire can win that matchup, but it's pretty tough. The other option for the Empire is to go Master Engineer Steam Tank. Master Engineer Steam Tank stays underrated. People just don't bring it enough. A lot of Spearmen, a lot of Archers. One line of Trace, a Ranger, and a Lyran Reaver melee cav. It's gonna be pretty tough for Joe Dalton to fully break down this High Elf army, even with Aeson. Like, Aeson's going to be impossible for the High Elves to fight around. There's so many bow units and so few infantry for Joe, though. He's going to have to build up a few more units onto the field before he can really take any fights.
Keep it from the foe.
Aeson has 70 armor, but High Elf archers are really accurate. They will definitely be able to pummel Aeson once they take down his barrier. You can see just a quick volley here immediately starts to tank the barrier HP. Stay patient here. Don't get antsy. Final transmutation goes down on Eltharion. Excuse me. Eltharion has Apo and Arcane Forging. Pretty good spells. He's going to drop an Apo on himself now. Heal himself up. Whoa, no Mistwalker. Okay, this is just straight up wrong. Eltharion always needs Mistwalker Barrage. Mistwalker Barrage, which is the little AoE arrow type of effect, for Eltharion is super broken right now. It does a disgusting amount of damage, and its unlimited uses on a fairly short cooldown. Doesn't have like tremendous control over when he pops it sometimes. It's more than worth it. Also, Arcane Forging is good, but Tempest is way better against Siege. All the archers, I don't know what they're doing shooting at this Lord. He's too heavily armored. Every single bowman needs to be shooting Aeson right now. There should be nothing else happening. Arcane Forging hits the Chaos Sorcerer Lord, I think. Maybe not. I think it might have just been, what was that effect? It may have been Arcane Forging. Sorcerer Lord takes a little bit of damage. Eltharion is surrounded by the Shrieking Skyrays. Shrieking Skyrays are pretty good at killing big stuff. If they get a surround, they actually chew through things pretty effectively. Pink cars get blasted into oblivion. Fireborn are a little caught up in the Chaos Warriors. They're still getting an okay engagement. They do get a really nice Apo from Eltharion, so they do help peel the Shrieking Skyrays off of their Lord. Their Lord's going to get free and be able to go hunting again against the Chaos Sorcerer Lord there. Forsaken doing their business. Aeson is trying to Mortis Engine everything to death. He is getting some pretty effective damage in. You can see that Aura of Mutation proccing now. Lowering the HP on the Spearmen and the Archers, but he's lost his barrier, and the Storm Riders, another bow unit coming in. Storm Riders are really accurate because of their ROR status, and they firewall moving. If they just sit and shoot Aeson, they should be able to bring him down fairly fast, because you can see his HP dropping pretty quickly as the bows are turning their attention to him. Searing Doom pummeling some of the High Elf units, just some Rangers though, not really all that amazing of a target. Lyran Reavers, White Lions running. A lot of Spearmen in here, though, mucking up the pathing for all the Forsaken that are out in the field. Fireborn struggling a bit. They could rally back and just help finish Aeson off here. That would probably get them to pay for themselves. Fighting Chaos Warriors, not really the best idea, I would say. Chosen are helping take down Eltharion. Eltharion is gonna Apo himself, but he's pinned in by the Chaos Spawn summons. Really nice little bit of revenge from the Chaos Sorcerer Lord there. You see Aeson having a hard time pushing through all that mass. Fireborn are trying to bail him out, but they're fighting a summon now, and Forsaken are going to get on the rear of them and start doing some good damage with Centaur support too. Ooh, nice. Nice catch by Joe now. But Aeson dead. Aeson, oh man. Blasted into absolute nothingness. And a good dodge of the tier 3 army ability. Linger here is doing everything he can. Just harry Joe on all fronts. Like, the overwhelming amount of firepower from these archers is really starting to add up. Aeson went down, back to the warp, banished into nothingness, but are the High Elves going to win this fight? They did lose Eltharion, so their leadership is going to be pretty flimsy. Really painful, man. I can't help but feel Mistwalker Barrage would have made a few of those engagements from Eltharion a little less bad, because it would have been bombarding the Chosen that were surrounding him, also maybe even the Senegors. Missing out on that value definitely hurts. High Elves are holding the line, though. They've got the #1 and the home objective. It's really just some Screamers and Chosen that are kind of in a position to be doing much of anything right now. There's also Chaos Warrior Halberd fighting against the Rangers. Rangers are actually holding up pretty nicely here. They are going to break, though. Ship's Company, Spearmen, a lot of bodies, a little over-blobbed up on the Chosen. I would just, honestly, right now, just leave a Spearman here. Have the Ship's Company and the other Spearmen just pull off and go to the #3 objective. You can totally go push that down right now. It's really not a lot to threaten your own objective here. Except for this Chosen, and, you know, the Chosen are not going to be able to outcap against all the stuff that the High Elves have here. Storm Riders are on the point. They have a Spearman on the point as well. They've got even more... See, they just have so many units blobbed up on this one here. Zangors bouncing around to the outside. Some Furies also getting in there. Illyrian Reavers coming in to counter the Furies. Good call. Furies are going to go down. The Archers are going to be saved. Now the Archers just pull back to about this blue line. And then they can just fire into the Zangors as the Spearmen just hold against them. Spearmen have enough melee defense that Zangors, for how good they are against a lot of cheap infantry, actually are a little unequal to the task of clearing those guys out. Chaos Chariot in and doing a little bit of work. Nothing too crazy, though. Archers being compromised by the halberds there. One archer uses all of its ammo. More Lothern Sea Guard on the way in. Storm Riders continuing to fire, and they got 1,700 value so far. Chosen with about 1,000 value, but not able to win the fights. Not able to decisively take down any one unit. Just struggling into just mass numbers from the High Elves. Illyrian Reavers are beating up on some Zangors, rear charging this unit as well, but probably not going to break all these guys. They're a little tangled up now to the point that I don't know they're going to be able to retreat. And they're very split up. You can see their HP dropping like a stone right now. Brutal stuff. Zangor's so good if they start surrounding units. Chariots disrupting in the backfield here. 400 value on the Chaos Chariot is pretty good. Ship's Company and the Storm Riders trying to finish off the Chosen here. Ooh, and Eltharion comes back out. I was wondering why there weren't more Elf units coming up. They just wanted to get their Lord back out on the field for the end game here. He's probably just going to be landing and trying to terror out stuff. That would be the best way to use Eltharion currently. Like this Chaos Warrior, their back is to you. You land on top of these guys, lower their leadership with the tact and rear debuff, and then maybe you can get a lucky terror out on them. It's definitely the right call. Linger is bringing up more Spearmen. This could be where Tzeentch is actually going to start winning the game. Chaos Warriors are still here. Chosen are still grinding. Got some more Screamers coming in. Shrieking Skyrays again coming out, helping get rid of this Silverhelm. I mean, Chosen are gassed, but they've paid for themselves, and they're still hanging on. And this Chaos Warrior Halberd has not gotten terrible value either. On the Chariot, continuing to run over the lightly armored infantry and rack up some good values. Just about paid for itself. Zangor's pushing all the way up there. Tzeentch is going to get a reverse triple cap here. How long is this going to last? Linger's really gassed out. And no Mistwalker Barrage means no big punishes on blobbed up infantry. Oh no, there's not enough DPS in the High Elf build anymore. Wow. Crazy business. I thought Joe was going to be doomed without Ace on. But somehow, some way, finding a good series of trades and engagements here in the later stages starting to really pay off, and do have the Shrieking Sky Rays with their Lamprey's Bite. They can drop these and just do stuff like this. Big damage on that Ranger unit. Chariots running away. Got its money's worth. Furies are just swarming Eltharion. Eltharion did kill Joe's caster, so leadership problems. Definitely going to be coming in to rear their head for Tzeentch. How long is that going to matter? They're not flipping the number 2 objective anymore. Ooh, because a few of their units are breaking. The Chosen are running away. They've got the Zangor here. The Chaos Warrior Halberds are wavering. Look at their leadership right now. Barely hanging on. If Eltharion gets over here, he's going to insta-terror out them. Yeah, I would just have the Spear unit stretched out as much as possible on the number 1. Shrieking Skyrays should actually move over to contribute a little bit against the Silverhelms here. Get a rear charge on these Silverhelms. Either that or fly into the back line and use the Lamprey's Bite and then land on the Archers before immediately moving elsewhere. Furies are going to try and land on the Archers. They should be able to chew them up pretty fast. Lyrian Reavers coming out and doing their work, and Zangor's running. Zangors get brutalized by the terror of Eltharion, and Silverhelms could run them down. I'd just have the Illyrian Reavers do this. Illyrian Reavers just kill these guys quickly on the retreat. And yeah, the Silverhelms go hell for leather after the number 3. Gonna get... what the hell is going on here? Arcane and Fnat is not worth, but whatever. It's something. If you're gonna use Arcanum Forging on a on a Screamer, you should use it on the Shrieking Skyrays, because they actually have an ability that would get locked down. Yeah, the Apo is way higher impact. Illyrian Reavers need to collapse onto the back of this fight. Lyn recapping his home objective is awesome, and I know he wants to get the number 3. I don't know if he's going to cap it before the Forsaken get over here. That's going to slow the cap down even more, and the Silverhelms are getting brutalized by these Screamers. There's so many of them. And Eltharion's contributing a little bit against these guys, but those Silverhelms break, and that's going to save the point for Tzeentch on their back objective. Yeah, and Illyrian Reavers are fighting Screamers up here. There's a rallying Zangor. That Zangor rallies and gets back on the point. Chariots get back in. Ultimately end up with 1,000 value, which is nice. Spearmen going to rally into the number 2. I'd pull the Zangors. I would actually leave all the Tattered units here on the edges of the point. Move the Marauder's Spear over to your opponent's back objective. Just threaten. You get a Senegor out and you break the Illyrian Reavers real quick. Silverhelm's coming in. They are not going to beat a Forsaken. Just chilling on the number 3 objective. Oh my god, back and forth game, dude. I think Dalton is going to beat Lyn potentially here. He's got to get this point. He needs to all in here. He's got a Zangor coming up to replace. This Zangor could just like run up and jump on this objective. Senegors and Furies are dragging some units down. Do we have any more Lamprey's Bite? We've got one more. Then the Screamer's going to be all out. Furies coming in. Furies are not cap weight, though. Need cap weight, and the Hounds do have a decent position on their home point. Oh, it's so back and forth. Forsaken, yeah, immediately need to run up there. We just gotta wait and see. We're gonna see who's gonna win this one. Senegors definitely want to bounce out and get after that Illyrian Reaver. Little bit stuck up on the Spear unit, though. A lot of their models are getting trapped on them. They are going to get a charge in against the Illyrian Reavers, but it's not a very effective one. They're a little too spread out here. Furies should fly overhead and land on the back of the Illyrian Reaver here and try and kill them. Terror Route goes down on the Senegors. Senegor's Terror Routing, I think, is actually going to secure Lyn this win. Wow, insanity arises once more. Crazy business. Forsaken are milling about, not getting up on the points. That leaves the Synagors all alone. Furies are just engaging the sky. The Screamers died on the ground. Can't but help but feel like Joe has fumbled a few opportunities in this game. He's definitely made some pretty critical errors. Didn't build up before diving in. Overpressed with Aeson, who just got shot to pieces. Aeson could have just been, like, hiding and fighting in the trees here. Which would have made it pretty hard for the archers to poke him. And Altharion doesn't want to land in trees either, so... you could have had him go in there with the Chosen and just been, like, a really disgusting, annoying unit to, like, run interference on your opponent's objectives. Like, it's going to make for a really hard time, like, rotating between these points if you've got some elite units hiding in that tree line, because Aeson can kind of, like, jump out if there's not enough mass support over on the number 1 and start beating up on units. Crazy close game. Joe almost had it, man. He almost took this game, but Lynn is able to outlast him on the final few tickets. Marauders are running. Forsaken are trying to hold on. His Lord dying to Eltharion in the late game. I think that was the biggest moment for the High Elves in securing this win. The leadership penalties immediately started to cause problems for Tzeentch trying to cap this last objective. And then here in the late game with having to just, like, throw units up on this point, Eltharion has been able to get some really nice terror routes on Zangors and some of the other mobility pieces. Like that Synagor ran away. Halberds not really able to hold the way that they would like to. It's a cool Tzeentch build. Look at the value on the Shrieking Skyrays, man. 2,500. Just cut the regular Screamers. They're really not good. Shrieking Skyrays is the only support you need in the sky, honestly, against the High Elves. Everything else is too vulnerable. Aeson could have been used a little safer. Other than that, though, I do really like the build. Going really hard into the Chaos Warriors and the Chosen is a good idea, actually. I would cut the pink horrors, then. Cut the pinks, and try and find, like, another 100 gold to get another Chaos Warrior, and I think you're in a pretty good spot. I think you got a nice little, like, armored bowling ball early with enough Zangor support to move in behind. Cap points, potentially pressure the flanks of your opponent's army. Final Transmutations could have also been used a little bit better. Honestly, if you just see that your opponent only has Eltharion, you do not use Final Transmutation unless he's in kill range and you're using an upgraded version. It's the only time I would recommend using it for this High Elf build. Otherwise, just save the WOM and just use Searing Doom and Plague of Rust to break down all this cavalry and infantry. Like, Plague of Rust, the White Lions of Trace to get their armor down to 30 and have a Forsaken just, like, run over them. Forsaken beat White Lions of Trace very comfortably if you Plague of Rust that fight. The upgraded version specifically. Searing Doom, you then just hit blobs of archers, spearmen, and preferably the Silverhelms and especially the Fireborn. Fireborn get ripped apart pretty consistently by Searing Doom. You just want to hard focus them. Make sure that they are not able to effectively countercharge your own mobility, like the Synagors, Skyrays, Furies, Aeson. It should be fairly doable because they're going to be blobbing up on you a lot. Beautiful. We've got our finals game, guys. Let's go ahead and get into that. Boop. Drop it here. Ooh, and a Sea Elemental build. Hell yes. Still no Mistwalker Barrage. Another missed opportunity in my opinion, but Lynn made it work last time. Let's see what he can do against Jaden. It's actually an Azag build. Azag on his Wyvern too, which is kind of cool. Night Goblin Big Boss, the Squig summon, a single Colossal Squig. Not bad at all. Colossal Squigs are very disruptive. They do a lot of damage. Just running over infantry, and can even fight other single entities pretty well.
In Moranian's name.
Awesome. Eltharion definitely wants to use Arcane and Forging on Azag. I mean, you can just completely shut Azag down here with that spell. It does a ton of damage. Locks him out from casting his own spells. Just get in and immediately start causing problems for him. You can just Appo away the Spirit Leech damage. If Azag spends all game just Spirit Leeching Eltharion, it won't be bad at all for the greenskins. It's probably the safest thing he can do, until you either catch this guy and kill him, or you've dealt with enough of the High Elf army. You can then use Azag a little bit more aggressively and maybe a little more safely. It's actually going to get aggressive here on the Rangers. Rangers are completely out of position right now. They have no support over here. Truth be told, like, the archers are a little bit far away. Colossal Squig together with these two characters, you can see ripping up these poor guys and actually getting a very quick terror route. Flappa's on the way in. Eltharion lands and immediately karate chops one of the models, but pump wagons, they're fast, dude. They are very speedy for a chariot. 88 movement speed is no joke. 3 of those models are dead, but they're going to be able to help clean up the Rangers. And yeah, that's going to be a very unfortunate loss for the High Elves. It's not like the most important unit in the world. Definitely not one that you want to just see get completely ruined, though. Black Orcs are just hanging out on the #1 objective. The frontline fight has not really started. There's some Orky units getting up into the front line now. Goblin Spears. Doing a majority of the early engagements just to tire out the High Elf Spearmen. Black Orcs going for the Silvern Guard. It's going to be a bit of a wet noodle contest. Neither of these two units does great damage to the other. Rugled's on the way in. Good tear route on the Squig Herd. You know, that summoned Squig Herd can be really disruptive. It lasts for ages. And they do really good damage to these, like, crappy archer-type units. So using the Sea Elemental and Eltharion just to break them back and allow for your Spearmen to kind of muck up the works for the pump wagons. Awesome stuff. Sea Elemental should just go after these pump wagons and then get after the big bosses. The Night Goblin big bosses are actually surprisingly annoying. They can do some pretty good damage running around in these little squigs. Although I guess this guy is on his mount, so leaving the Spearmen to deal with him is honestly a pretty good call. Actually really smart. I'm going to take back what I said. Beautiful Purple Sun Azirius. Spearmen getting absolutely dunked on. Bye-bye. One Spearman completely dead. The other loses a ton of health. Look how healthy this Colossal Squig is, by the way. It's got 8,000 of its initial 8,600 HP. And it's just pinballing around. Gumball of Doom, man. I love the way they look. They're such funny little units. Hold on. Sorry, I have just messaging my opponent. Nothing too crazy changing here. Aspect of the Dread Knight is kind of a cool tech to use against the Sea Elemental, but I still don't think that's really going to make a big difference. The problem is that these Sea Elementals, their splash damage is wicked, and they have crazy melee defense. you have to have some kind of AP shooting to deal with these things. That's honestly almost always going to be the best way to handle it. Gumball is continuing to cause massive problems for the High Elf backline. The High Elves simply don't have enough decent infantry to hold any one position. And the more disruptive the Colossal Squig is, the harder it is going to be to reconstitute a decent infantry force onto the field. Although Eltharion does rampage it, and now he's going to get a very clean fight here, as the Squig is going to be rampaged for at least another 25 seconds. Now here's the thing. It's got another stage to its rampage. When it gets to 25% health, it's rapidly approaching that. It might break again. Although, empowering shrooms, see, this is one of the reasons why getting rid of those guys is so nice. Because, you know, it is a squig, so it gets the benefits of this buff, and it does stop rampaging for a moment. Gets a nice little buff, more melee attack, more leadership, but Eltharion is just continuing to run it down, and he's actually able to put the moves on it, and he breaks it immediately, and it was doing great, and now suddenly Eltharion very quickly and rapidly approaching the point at which he's going to be able to dominate the late game. Yeah, the High Elves have lost most of their infantry corps. They still have a decent little pocket, and the Black Orcs are really about the only thing that's out here for the Greenskins right now that is, like, I would say an effective unit for the late game, because all these Orc boys running into Phoenix Guard and Silverhelms, and then the Terror of Eltharion are going to just be a massive drain, because they're going to be very easy to rout here towards the end, and Azag is really beat up. Arcane Unforging has really done a number on him. He is doing his very best to help against the Sea Elemental. Right now, the Sea Elemental is probably not going to be too long for this world, but it is holding up quite a bit of pressure. Orc Boarboy Biggins are engaged on it. Azag's here, the Colossal Squig's trying to fight it, and it's continuing to hang in there. These resistances that it has are so crucial for the performance that this thing regularly provides. Fizz res, missile res, fire resistant, Strider, immune to contact effects, and Perfect Vigor. Perfect Vigor is so nice. Big monsters like this having Perfect Vigor make them just nightmarish to deal with. I mean, not something that you ever really want to find yourself scrapping into. Silverhelm should just stay in this fight. I mean, it's just Rugloods and some pump wagons. Like, the Flappas are really not going to do a lot of damage to the Silverhelms. And the Rugloods are a nice little buffer, but you don't want these Flappas to potentially get around a flank and run down some of your units. That is a brutal Purple Son of Xerius. I just completely missed that. Oh my god, I just completely nuked the Phoenix Guard off the field. That's a huge swing in Jaden's favor. He's actually able to clean up the #1 objective and preserve a few of these Black Orcs. These guys have held so well. Azag almost gets slapped down by Eltharion. It's going to come down to if Azag is able to avoid getting sniped here. He lands, which is deeply unwise. Eltharion right on his back. Oh, misses his attack. Brutal. Is he going to hit him? He does make contact with Azag. Azag's going to rout here, I think. Yep. Azag routing. Eltharion misses another attack, but he should be able to run him off the field at the very least. Triple cap for Jaden is the problem here for the High Elves. They've got the Sea Elemental. They've got some Silverhelms on the middle. Sea Elemental is still fairly healthy, as is Eltharion. I think Eltharion is completely out of magic at this point. I haven't seen any for some time now. Got a lot of spears coming up. Rangers are going to be okay here. They're not great into a lot of the infantry that the orcs can throw out, but orc boys and goblin spears and stuff they can handle fine. It's savage orcs that they really struggle into. Because Savage Orcs just hit a little bit harder than them and also have more Fizz Res, so Rangers tend to fall off pretty hard against them as a result. Well, these guys are beat up enough and don't have very good leadership right now. Thanks to the leadership penalty, Eltharion did finish old Azag. Azag just crumples to the ground here. I don't even want to think about how many bones he would break if he fell off of a Wyvern from like 100 feet up in the air. Flappas have been very disruptive. They're continuing to cause problems, and the Night Goblin Big Boss is hanging in there somehow. Savage Orcs getting routed by the Sea Elemental, and this Silverhelm unit sitting on top of the Sea Elemental is actually really, really clutch. Because they're buffering a lot of damage off this thing, and they got a lot of armor, so it's helping out tremendously considering this thing has 0. 0 armor is kind of tough to survive through a lot of the time. Again, though, thankfully the Sea Elemental has a few other things going for it with its base resiliences, and then the Perfect Vigor. He gets an Apo here. Very late game Apo from Eltharion. Did he bring a Book of Hoeth guy? No, he didn't. No Starwood Staff or Book of Hoeth. That's okay, though. He got Silverhounds. Ooh, and the Fireborn are here now. Yeah, the Troll's trying to just run away from the Fireborn, and Broken Tusk Mob as well. You don't need to fight over that objective anymore. There's a little too much there. It's going to get tough, though. I mean, the Sea Elemental alone would be a pretty hard ask for a lot of these units. Forget about it with Eltharion and the Fireborn and a decent little core of cavalry and spearmen on the field. They're all pretty tattered for the most part, but the thing about the High Elves is they have crazy leadership, so their beat-up units are going to go to the bitter end as opposed to all these orcs and goblins and trolls whose leadership is understandably poor right now. It actually forces Jaden to re-summon Azag. Azag maybe going to be able to do something here in the late game. Nice saves on the Apos. He's actually been preserving the magic to the very end of the game, which is so smart. I don't see enough people do this. I think it... Oftentimes, I find magic to be more impactful in the late game. It can be very, very pivotal for good openers to get yourself in a nice position to survive into the late game sometimes. But if you're able to save magic for especially heals at the end of games, it can make all the difference as to whether your units are able to just effectively hold the line. And right now, that Apo on the Sea Elemental and the Apo on Eltharion is making a big difference, because Eltharion did get walloped by Azag there. One big blow from this bad boy. And now he's dropping another one on himself just to try and get up to his healing cap. Lyran Reavers and Eltharion diving the Black Orcs. Black Orcs probably not long for this world. Held the line really well. Just really solid unit overall. Love me some Sword and Board Black Orcs. Thought they would end up being kind of a bad unit, but nope. They're about as good, if not better, than the Marauder Champions of Norska. So, Fireborn have been struggling a bit. Their engagements have not been that good. They've been getting shot at by Morgrubs, Mangy Marauders, and they got hit by a Purple Sun Azirius from Azag that did a decent amount of damage to them. Now Stone Trolls, the aspect of the Dread Knight, are chasing them around. So they're going to go down here, but Sea Elemental following up, and the Stone Trolls lose aspect of the Dread Knight right as they get impacted and immediately Terror Route. That's a pretty important unit for the Greenskins here. Without that Stone Troll to just, like, steamroll over Spearmen and Rangers, how Jaden is going to get up on any of these objectives is a mystery to me, because High Elves are continuing to pour out more and more units, and the quality is starting to really show. Like, the High Elves are bringing out some pretty solid stuff with some Silver Guard coming in. The Storm Riders from the deep set spawn point are moving up now. Both going to provide really nice, stable positions to fight from. And then the Sea Elemental is continuing its rampage. Really nice tear route on this Spearman, though. That is a huge, huge break for Jaden. He's going to need a few more lucky tear routes if he's going to take this one home. Eltharion, though, is also providing the possibility of terrors. And the Sea Elemental as well. We get a nice little Fanatics cast. Oh, that's because the 8-peak Loonies are in here. Did a little bit of damage, but it missed a majority of these units. Spearmen stop routing from the terror. Get in here, and they're going to help contribute against the Stone Trolls. Do get a lot of buffs from Azag. He's got the hard armor active, which is getting the Stone Trolls up to a pretty good amount of armor again after they got exhausted. You can see their melee defense at 50 there. And Slaga Slash is getting them up to a decent amount of melee attack, despite their very, very, very tired state. Another aspect of the Dread Knight goes down. It's still not doing enough, though. There have just not been enough terror routes going in the favor of the Orcs here. They're just not scaring things away the same way that the High Elves are. I mean, the Sea Elemental and Eltharion continue to take up room and cause problems. Ship's Company holding the number 3 objective here, and the Silver and Guard divert over to get on the back of the Mogreb's Mangy Marauders, but also just to lock this point down for a little bit longer here. Yeah, Pump Wagons running over the Storm Riders is a little rough, but Eltharion's here to help. He won't take much damage from the Pump Wagons, and if these things get stuck for even a moment inside the Storm Riders, it's GG for them. They do pull out pretty evenly. Storm Riders should just turn around and start firing them with their bows. These guys are pretty lightly armored. Definitely bringing them down pretty quickly with some good focus fire. You can see taking a nice chunk of HP out. Eltharion intercepts a couple models. About to kill them both. And that's gonna be a tap out from Jaden, who played an incredible game, by the way. Really close one, wire to wire here. It's just he couldn't finish the Sea Elemental. Sea Elemental and Eltharion lasted all the way through the entire game with very minimal investment into heals, so that Arcane and Forging was able to really put Azag into his early grave. And the denial on magic for the Greenskins ended up being a huge problem, because that aspect of the Dread Knight and the buffs, Slaga Slashes and Hard Armor and a couple other things, they just were not durable enough. They just slowly got worked down by all of these High Elf units. Archers were relatively low impact this game. They did okay. They just about paid for themselves across the board. One of them even doubled its value, so I like it, but maybe a little bit better protection for the backline next time. Like, getting that Sea Elemental out early was definitely the right call. Played so well with it. It's just so hard to find anything to really say. Lyn is a good High Elf player. That was really impressive. This is just really clean builds and execution. The one thing I would say, Lyn, is just make sure you bring Mistwalker Barrage. There's no reason not to. I mean, Eltharion got 3,200 value for you here. With Mistwalker Barrage, you could be talking about 5k plus. I mean, it really is that devastating of an ability. And I promise you, you can afford to down pay on one of the units in your starting army to make sure that you get it. Because it's really not that expensive. Here, we'll just, like, pare everything down to the bare essentials. Mistwalker Barrage, Apotheosis, Arcane and Forging. Nothing else, you got 24.95. I really do like Shield of Safari, though. Pretty unheralded lore passive that I think does quite a bit for the High Elves. 9 seconds of 10% ward save, I mean, it's 10% more HP. You know, it's a little bit of something. It's nice. It can add up. If you don't want it, though, you can always cut it. Yeah, just like tons of spears. There's the Silver and Guard, and then the archers. 1850. I mean, you can even just like immediately start out with the Fireborn. And you got a nice little like core of units, and then you summon out Sea Elemental first thing you do. Do the Rangers. I don't remember what else is in the build, but 1650. Oh yeah, Storm Riders, and then more Lines of Trace, not so much here. Shadow Warriors, not really. I don't really like Shadow Warriors, honestly. Shadow Walkers are just a straight up better unit for 150 gold, and it's not even close. Shadow Walkers are disgusting. The Grey is a pretty good ROR Shadow Walker, though. They're worth money. They're worth the pay. I don't know what else you want here. Just kind of grab something and throw it in another, like, Silvern Guard, even. Heralds of the Wind wouldn't be a bad choice, because stupidly fast unit, really accurate ROR. A little bit of extra, like, melee attack and melee defense over the baseline Illyrian Reaver Archers. Solid all the way around. Yeah, extra charge bonus, which is nice. And yeah, Vanguard deployment, so they can get up quickly. And they can hard counter the Mogreb's Mangy Marauders, too. Mogrebs tend to be one of the highest value units for the Greenskins in any matchup that they're playing. Having bow cavalry that can just blast them down and keep your opponent from using them to trade into your bigger single entities is unstoppable. That was a crazy good finals, Jaden. Did y'all play in bracket also? When did y'all play in bracket? I completely missed that. Early on or later? Ooh, Galge. Ooh. We'll do a few more replays here. 2 or 3. And then I'll need to dip out. I'd love to stay longer, but I just can't do it. I've got so much going on IRL. It's a little sad, but it is what it is. I wish I could spend a lot more time just chilling and like gaming it out with you guys. Pretty cool build from Galju. Actually got Horsemar. Horsemar the Grim. He's going to be running around with just the Jade Griffin. Super cheap Lord. I don't know, man. I would like to bring him with Grand Soulfire at the very least, because it would be pretty good against State Trooper blobs. I do see the value in just basic old Horsemar with the heal, though. There's a Bright Wizard. There's 3 Hawkland Long Rifles here for Galju. And Tobias is advancing just with his characters and then a nice little core of infantry. He's got double cannon here. Just double standard cannon, too. Just a great, great call out against Hawkland Long Rifles, because Hawklands are going to get absolutely demolished if they come into range of the cannons. They've already taken a little bit of damage, probably from the shims. Pretty sure that's what hit this Hawkland out here on the flank. Did okay damage. I would not be shooting Volkmar. That is a huge waste of time. Just get Marcus out of here. Honestly, if you want to, you could net Volkmar and then have the silver bullets and Theodore Bruckner go after him. Another Shims goes down. Not doing ruinous damage by any means. Slowly wearing down these guys. Just whittling them away bit by bit.
We have a victory point.
And yeah, we get a beautiful net on Volkmar now, and a lot of handgun fire. The silver bullets are poking in here, doing some good work. Volkmar is so low, man. Oh, Hammer of the Witches and the cannon also getting some good shots on him. He does escape, though, and he is going to be regenerating his HP. He's got plenty of room. Gets smacked by Marcus's Amber Bow, I believe. Yeah, the Amber Bow, and then maybe Focus Shot as well hit him. Man, really cool stuff. Cool builds. Brutal Burning Head on the Silver Bullets, though. Gets rid of them. Record time. Very even game right out the gate. The Double Artillery of Tobias is not really in position to do anything about the Hawklands still. Ooh, and that shim's finally made good contact. I think that was an overcast one. Really excellent stuff. Theodore Bruckner actually snuck in and beat up on the Bright Wizard. What a sneaky little fart. Just squeezes past and is able to collapse on him. Probably got Titan Headsman, if I had to guess, off on the Bright Wizard, and then he couldn't escape, and then he got punished. The Hawklands are busy shooting at all kinds of other garbage. I don't really like the Hawkland targeting priority right now. Now they're shooting at something worthwhile in the Empire Knights. They should be able to get some pretty effective damage off here. You can see that the cannons are creeping up into range. Really need to be opening up on them. I don't know what order they've been... Oh... You gotta put your artillery on guard mode. If units walk out of the range and they just, like, wander forward, it can end up being a real problem. So they get into a position that you're not expecting them to be in, and then suddenly you're like, wait, where's my defensive units? And they're, like, all the way back here. Enemy gets, like, a freebie off of your cannon just because you wandered them a little too far forward. Nice Burning Head. The Burning Head caster is able to stay on the field. It's a really nice cast off there. The Swordsman and the Spearman of Tobias get hammered pretty hard. Gonna be... What is this? What is this radius going on here? Did he, like, miscast a net or something? Like, misclick it? I have no clue. Really weird. It didn't seem like it was doing anything to Theodore or Marcus. You know, that Hawkland court really chipping down the Knights of Tobias. Galchi was doing a pretty good job of breaking down a lot of Tobias's front line, but nothing truly exceptional in terms of value from either side yet. Deep dive from some Empire Knights, and see, that's part of what I was saying, you know, like the cannon crept a little too far forward, the spearmen are out of position. Luckily, the Royal Altar of Griffites are able to jump in and terror out and kill these guys quickly enough for the cannon crew to be saved. Most of the models are alive. None of the artillery pieces have been destroyed. They'll get back online, and they should hit this, over-blobbed Hawk and Long Rifle position, because they're both sitting on top of one another. This is also a really good opportunity for an overcast Shims Burning Gaze from this angle over here. Like, up on this blue line, you Shims right up onto both those guys, and you will overlap amazing damage onto them. Firing through the trees, yeah, too many of those missiles are hitting the trees right now. You gotta be really smart about your positioning in matches like this, where you're looking for magic missile value, and there's shot blockers. Just need to be very mindful of when and where you're using that spell. So Volkmar died, but he comes right back out super cheap, so see what he's able to do. Great Cannon, a Hammer of the Witches continuing their work, slowly whittling down units. They finally are going to get some great shots on the Hawk and Long Rifle Corps. These guys are inflated, which means that the cannons are going down the length of the entire unit. A few good cannon shots could completely demolish these entire units in just one or two rounds. Tobias, though, is in danger of losing his one held objective. You know, the value trading is looking alright, but he's just so thin on the points. He's able to get a really good engagement over here. He's able to break his opponent's Demogryph Halberds. I think he got a net off the Light Wizard. And then the Royal Altar of Griffites were able to run them down. And now Empire Knights are getting on Outriders. Another Outrider over here is doing what they can. And Volkmar's assisting in whatever way he can. I mean, he's just not really that good of a combatant. He just doesn't have any armor piercing. Like, stats-wise, he's pretty mediocre. Oh, devastation. Oh, Knights of the Black Rose. Right up into the Hawk and the Long Rifles. These are, the Hawk and Long Rifles have a whopping 15 armor. Knights of the Black Rose are going to kill them in about 2 seconds. The second they start getting their melee attacks in against these guys, it'll be GG. Looks like they're going to just forego that in favor of pushing after the Outriders, which isn't a bad idea, because there are some swordsmen to finish up the Hawklands here. Alright, this is where Tobias should be able to counter-push for the remainder of the game. He should be able to run down a lot of the units that are left on the field for Galju. Roll-Altar Griffites are in a fight against Zintler's Reichsguard. They're going to go down here. They've got a decent number of models and a little bit of HP left. They'll probably take Zintler's down to less than half HP before they break. They just have a ton of leadership. 90 is getting up there, man. I mean, at 100, you're functionally unbreakable, so 90 isn't too far off that. Yeah, you can see, they might even beat the Zintler's Reichsguard. If they terror out them, that would be huge. I would throw the towel in as Galju if the Zintler's Reichsguard terror out to Royal Altar Griffites over here. Empire Knights coming in, doing everything they can to try and save the Free Company militia, but these guys are fleeing for their lives. And Theodore Bruckner is looking for some more lunch. He's going after Volkmar now. Should be able to beat the snot out of Volkmar too. He's got way better weapon strength, a lot of AP, and you know, Volkmar is really not the most resilient fellow. He's exhausted too, so he's down to 60 armor. Knights of the Black Rose, oh man, Knights of the Black Rose are going to destroy the swordsman here. One swordsman is getting hammered by the cannon corps of Tobias, which he has done a really good job of defending. Look at that. Beautiful little spearman summon out of the reinforcement point in front of his opponent's Empire Knights who are on the way in to try and shut that down. He diverts his Knights of the Black Rose over to just bulldoze the swordsmen that are a little bit protected by tree cover. Brings great swords over to buffer off the remaining swordsmen. He's even got some halberdiers and spearmen flanking all the way around. Hawk and Long Rifle has rallied here, is doing a little bit of damage. Theodore Bruckner is just continuing to go deep in the backfield here with very limited support. Just some swordsmen, very beat up Knights of the Black Rose. What happened out here to the Royal... Oh, the Royal Altar Griffites really did win that fight. That is crazy. 12 models up, 700 HP. They're running down the Outriders here. The Outriders have just not been able to sit and shoot. I think Galju just went too deep into mid-range options for shooting. And Tobias refined his build very deep into just the artillery and then knights for the most part. And he's done a pretty good job of breaking down most of Galju's positions. It's been slow going, but he has value traded way more effectively, and he's in a really good spot for a reverse triple cap. He just needs... Oh, he has grabbed that objective. Oh, he just needs to hang on to the number 1 over here. He's got a few units that are running away. The Outriders and the Spearmen have managed to break some units over here. That's a little painful, but Empire Knights, Theodore Bruckner should be able to resecure that without too many problems. Really anything here that can hold up either of these units. Theodore can just, like, dive onto the back of the spear unit. And then the Empire Knights can just get the hammer from the other side, and then they go after the Free Company militias that are hovering around in the open field. And then you just find some way to get after these Outriders. Some spearmen for Galju pushing through. Tobias is sending his spearmen forward to try and stop those guys' momentum. Great swords grinding down the remainder of some state troopers, and then it shouldn't be too long before this remaining group of spearmen and swordsmen for Galju are dead and gone. And that Burning Head might expedite the process, because they just roasted the hell out of their own guys. That was a big risk, and that gamble did not pay off. That is going to make it infinitely harder to grab that point away. right as you got a double cap back, and you can see over here, Outriders doing what they can to try and hang on to the number 3. But a Great Sword and a Knight of the Black Rose have jumped out here, and they're going to grab that point pretty fast. Shem's Burning Gaze is not good against cavalry, as you can see. Only killed 3 models. Just use it on infantry or artillery, that's what it's best against. Great Swords do break, but Tobias does have a pretty healthy Spearman here. Let's get him on there, get the other one up there on the point also. Spearman pushing all the way into the Hammer of the Witches, finally able to shut those guys down. Tobias is going to drop the artillery. He's doing a pretty good job of keeping those guys alive. I have no idea why Tobias' Spearmen are running away. Like, I don't know what happened to them there. Cowards. Cowards all. Just completely abandoning the post. Yeah, the Free Company Militia gets smashed by the Empire Knights, and just rally back over here, do the same again. Reverse triple cap is in place, and Galju is, he's going to have to get a double cap back. He's got a long way to go before he's going to get 1 back even. I think he'd have to get another reverse triple cap, and I don't see that happening. The artillery, as long as it gets recruited relatively soon, or you can just unsummon it and get the money back and get something else out. It's a good idea too. Yeah, if he just gets some more knights out, he should be able to control all the points. Emperor Knight here is trying to get up on the objective to try and grab that. Marcus Wolfhard is back out. Great Swords moving over to the number 3, which is a really good call. Outriders continuing to poke, and they do have good value. Yeah, man, the Outrider value has been great for Galju. Maybe just getting rid of the Hawklands and bringing your own artillery corps and then just going for the same number of Outriders is the way to do it here, because they've been way more free and uncontested, whereas the Hawklands were just getting pounded by Shems and cannon fire. The Outriders are a little quicker. They can respond to problem areas, blast things apart, and then rotate away. And then just set up behind all the tree cover on this map so that the artillery can't punish them in the same way. It's something that you'd have to be very careful with positioning-wise, but I think is pretty manageable. Hawklands were fine. They just didn't really do anything impressive. The Outriders were genuinely impressive. Their value is way better than what the Hawklands are reflecting. These guys basically got their value back. 2 of them did at least. The other one not so much. Outriders, these 2 in reserve, both up-traded, and the other one just about paid for itself, so I'd like to see something a little bit different from Galju next time. And I think Volkmar, no. No Volkmar. Get Boris or something here. Either that or go for like an Empire general or something. The Jade Griffin just did not do enough heals for him. He got bullied by Theodore once, and then Marcus blasted him down. Shooting did a pretty good job of taking care of him. You probably just want the cheapest lord possible so you can get even wider with your front line. Yeah, send me the replay. We'll check it out on stream. Is this y'all's first game? The one that you just dropped in here? Yeah? Okay, sick, dude. Alright, let's watch this last game here. It's gonna be our last one for the day. Got another Eltharion build. I mean, he does seem to... I mean, he did function pretty well before the Mistwalker Barrage got buffed. I just still feel like it's worth finding the money for, man. It is such a powerful little vortex. And it's so good in the late game, too, because Eltharion can just land and just blow anything up in a heartbeat. Soul Quench this time. I was wondering when I would see some different spells. I do really like Soul Quench. It's pretty good against the orcs too. Because you can use it to just hit units from the flank and the effect that it has. So it's got the actual missile, which does quite a bit of cleaving damage through infantry, but it also applies the quenched damage effect at the bottom there for 3 seconds, which is like a mini Flock of Doom, basically. Flock of Doom lasts like 6 seconds or something. Yeah, 6 seconds, and Soul Quench does a bunch of missile damage, and then also does about half the amount of damage of a Flock of Doom, so it can be even better than a Flock of Doom sometimes. Especially against single units. Flock of Doom is really good against like blobs and positions of units that are very tightly packed, which is really good against orcs since they tend to go for pretty swarmy builds. But I can definitely see Soul Quench being something that you want just for shooting down the Error Boy lines, because there's 3 of them here, and they're kind of hard to get on with how many units you tend to see in any matchup against our boys. Jaden, you can just throw in boys and biggins endlessly on their little piggies. So like diving back here with Cav, not really the smartest call. Having a spell just to kind of keep them honest is definitely going to be something to behold. The Acid Burp is going real deep here, and it pops its little stomach acid ability. What is it? Acid Burps. Doing some pretty good damage to the Sisters of Avalorn, but they are still fairly functional. They're getting bullied a little bit, but going to get a nice heal here. Good Apo. We've got 62 models left. They're going to keep dropping a few, but Acid Burpa here is honestly a little bit in the danger zone. I mean, it's a little bit beat up. It could get shot at by the archers here, who could then rampage it, and then you just fill it full of arrows to the point that it just dies immediately. Sneaky stabbing going down. Eltharion in a little bit of trouble, but we do get the Fireborn on the way in, and Fireborn will also be a good counter to this unit. Fireborn can just absolutely rip the Acid Burper to pieces in moments, man. It is a brutal fight. Eltharion's just going to turn around. He's going to help pin this thing in. He's a really smart player. I do really like Lynn's decision-making. Ooh, and he gets a really nice flank over here with the Illyrian Reavers. Oh, and they break the Orc Boys. Beautiful. Archers filling them full of arrows as well. Now the Archers can turn their attention to, yeah, the Arrow Boys have already been shot to bits. They can shoot some of these other ones down now, too. Wow, great stuff, man. Huge catch in the backfield here. Oh, and some more Illyrian Reavers coming in just to add more mass, make it harder for Braum and the Acid Burpa to escape. Fireborn chewing it up back here. Look at the value on them already. 1,100. Eltharion is pretty beat up, though. He's going to want to pull back. He's going to want to Apo himself a few times. Get up to around 4,000 value, and just look for some Soul Quenches in the meantime, just to like wear out the Orc Boys and the Error Boys that are remaining on the field. You can see some of these other ones have just been absolutely deleted by the Archer line. Pump Wagons, though, get in, and they're running over a couple of the Archer units in the back line of the High Elves. Illyrian Reavers should just get off the frontline fights and immediately go for the Flappas here. And the Spearmen can just form ranks right here and defend the flank. More Cavalry. Silverhelms this time come in. Ooh, and looks like the Fireborn have left the fight against the Acid Burpa. Yeah, to try and run down Grom. Grom is in a lot of trouble now. Ooh, Eltharian's all over him. Beating up on our boy. Grom's trying to get away. Eltharian gets out of Gork'll fix it. The Fireborn are just going to sit here and grind down the remainder of the Orc boys. And the Illyrian Reavers were just pinning the Acid Burp in place while the Sisters of Avalorn were getting their bows online finally and getting rid of this thing. It actually dies. What? Oh, the Storm Riders. Wow, sneaky Storm Riders. Coming out of the Vanguard and getting up in the trees and finding a nice little position to shoot from actually brings down the big monster. Apo upgraded, maybe a misclick. It does not actually do any more healing. The only thing that you get from upgrading Apo is more cast range. It's worth it in, like, a pinch. If you need to cast on something that's, like, on the other side of the battlefield, it can be useful, but generally speaking, Eltharian's just going to be, like, riding around with some elite guys and dive-bombing positions. On his Griffin, he's fast enough to be able to just use the regular Apo. It's not really a need to spend any extra WOM on the other version. Silverhelms are cleaning up some annoying units, just getting rid of Orc boys. Broken Tusk Mob is here. They'll be able to get some decent damage off. I get the Wall and the Graydon is here, so that is a huge melee attack buff for these guys. 66 melee attack. They've got 40 melee defense right now. 43 weapon strength is grody. Airboy's getting dove on by Eltharian. Grom wants to tangle with Eltharian here again, which is all well and good until, you know, he's just wrecking your lord. But Broken Tusk Mob jump back here. They get a nice sneaky stabbing, and Eltharian is looking real vulnerable here, and he gets hit by Gork'll fix it as well. He's just on the outer radius of the ability, and we get a nice engagement from Silverhelms. Silverhelm's getting in here, maybe gonna save Eltharian. He is so low on HP though, oh my goodness. Another Silverhelm committing to the fight, another Biggin committing to the fight. We got a lot of Spearmen though moving in for the High Elves, so the Silverhelms, they can just pull out now. They can pull out right through their own infantry. And then the Orcs, they don't have anywhere to go. They can't really commit onto the spears, so they're going to have to pull back, and that's going to be a little bit rough for them. Storm Riders are in the mix, poking down some units. Fireborn, very beat up. Just the last couple of them rallying to get after this Airboy unit, trying to buy time for the Storm Riders here. Storm Riders just going to sit on this point and cap it. Rahagri's Pride in a pretty good fight. Man, the Sisters of Avalorn, man, beat up early. Took a lot of HP damage. Not doing too good in terms of the number of models. But they got a decent amount of ammunition left, and they're contributing pretty nicely in the later stages of this game. Forming a pretty effective bulwark for the High Elves to fight off of. Silverhelm's all going down. Brutal loss here. It's a lot of mobility to run out of. Got Ship's Company moving up, a lot of Spearmen running away. Yeah, man, that those buffs from Grom really add up. I've got to say, I love the performance of Grom this time around. He has done excellently. I'm just kind of surprised that after this performance, I didn't see him in the rematch in the finals. Rahagri's Pride get a great engagement against Rugloods. This is like one of the few things Rugloods are not so good against, is a unit like the Rahagri's Pride. These guys have really good weapon strength and decent stats all the way around, so they just kind of get around all of the normal resiliencies that the Rugloods offer to most units that are trying to dive them in a backline fight. You're getting around their armor, your weapon strength is pretty high, so you're chipping down models effectively. Rahagri's Pride are going to try and run away from the Orboy Biggins, but they're not going to make it very far. They do get caught. They're going to turn around, wheel and deal a little bit before they go down. what do we have back here? We've got Silverhelm scrapping against Biggins. These Biggins are causing a lot of problems. They're slowly out-trading all the high elf cavalry, which is starting to look real flimsy. Got some spearmen being unsummoned. Beautiful save. Wow, the stone trolls. They were beating up on the storm riders with the assistance of these error boys, but Eltharion gets in here. Only 1900 HP, and he gets a beautiful rout on the stone trolls. Make sure to chase these guys off. There's a decent number of models left. You do not want them rallying here. They'll regen, and they'll come right back and just smack you right off the point. You really need to hang on to that objective right now. And a huge ticket lead. Need to make sure that every single position that the greenskins want to fight on is taken only with the highest premium in terms of casualties for them. They cannot be allowed any freebies. Silverhelm's getting up into the Biggins here would be awesome. Illyrian Reaver's going to rally in here too. Yeah, good micro from Lyn. That's definitely one of the best things about this player. He's got really decisive decision making. Not every decision is the perfect decision, but staying aggressive in domination mode is definitely a pretty reasonably good call 90% of the time. As long as you're fighting aggressively around points, and you're not over-aggressing in your opponent's deploy zone, just taking fights head-on, usually you're going to be able to find enough units to get into position to kind of keep your opponent in check. Need a cavalry unit out right now, an Illyrian Reaver cav, you know, bow or otherwise, just to stop pump wagons from running over these poor spearmen. These spearmen are going to get absolutely clobbered here with Grom, Rugleds, and the Flappas just dive bombing them from the rear. Leadership's looking rough. They might be able to hold, though. There's no terror at the very least. We'll see if they're able to stay in here. I would have Eltharion actually just get in to help out against the Flappas, honestly. Trying to snipe Grom, I think, will just be a bit of an exercise in futility. He's just so slippery. He's also got the Lucky Banner, which gives him a ton of ward save, which can be kind of rough. We do have the Spearmen breaking, and the Flappas, man, uncontested right up into the archers. Oof. Need some cavalry to answer that. Trying to use Eltharion and the remains of the Silverhelms and Illyrian Reavers to get rid of the Biggins. More Boarboy Biggins coming in, and Illyrian Reavers desperately trying to hold this point. It's gonna be down to the wire on a single point, I think. Now there's Biggins just dominating the fight with the higher armor value. And Grom's gonna get in here, and he does have his buffs popped, so these these Biggins didn't get the benefit of it, but they do have Language of the Boys, so ITP is really nice. Yeah, the presence of ITP from Grom really was missed in that finals game. I know this game was so close, and I do understand maybe a little bit why you decided to not go Grom, thinking that your opponent would have, like, maybe a better counter for him next time. Honestly, kind of the proof is in the pudding. In the late game, it was the Orcs that were struggling to hold on any single position. And here it's the High Elves, because they're just not getting the same terror routes that they did in that other match. Grom is 1650 value. Eltharion finds him one final time to put him in the grave, I think. Illyrian Reavers and Spearmen are going to dip out here. Where are they going to go? Where is Lyn going to get this final cap that he needs? He's moving to the middle objective, it looks like. He's got 2 Spearmen, an Illyrian Reaver. There are just so many bodies on the field, though. the mean green fighting machine is doing everything they can to hold on in this game. Losing Grom, though, is going to be a bit of a toughie. Now, they have no ITP aura anymore. And you can see Eltharion just landing in, clean as can be, immediately routes the Goblin Wolf Riders. Savage Orcs trying to get into the engagements on the middle objective against the Spearmen, so the Boarboy Biggins can kind of bounce around elsewhere. Goblins stuffing back Spearmen over here. Orc Boys just holding on to the point is the right call. And Illyrian Reavers are just continuing to occupy attention on the number 1, and some Spearmen move over to help out there as well. Spearmen pushing here. Silverhelm's coming out. Ooh, Pump Wagons. Pump Wagons is where Silverhelm should go. Just kill that Silverhelm. I actually think you outmuscle the Orcs on this point. I mean, you're killing their caster, you've terror-routed Biggins. The Orc Boys are not going to be far behind either. They're hanging on by a thread here. Really good bounce out with the Illyrian Reaver Cav. This is not a winning fight for the Illyrian Reavers, but they are keeping the majority of the Biggins out of this fight for the time being. Which means that the Spears have a slightly easier engagement. And look at the Silverhelms. Ooh, Silverhelm's getting a follow-through charge into the Biggins, getting some nice damage. And with Eltharion here, Eltharion has avoided a lot of damage in this late game that I'm a little surprised by, honestly, but his model's really big, high mass, and quite disruptive, so it does make a decent amount of sense. Ooh, it's razor close in the tickets, man. The Pump Wagons are running over some Spearmen. The Spearmen are just not winning against the Orcs. Savage Orcs are really good into High Elf Spearmen. Really high melee attack, and the Phys Res, high weapon strength, just crushes through their low HP pool. It's really tough to hold. A lot of bodies here. Silverhelms, Spearmen, and Illyrian Reavers, all pretty healthy. It's basically just a Goblin Spear, trying to hold back the momentum of a massive force of High Elves. The Greenskin barely hanging on the point, but they lose at the last moment. Oh my god, it's brutal. This is where Mistwalker Barrage would be getting you a lot of value too, by the way. Just by way of example, all those Goblin Spears that were blobbed up around Eltharion would have gotten chunked really hard by Mistwalker Barrage. Probably to the tune of almost a third or maybe even half of their HP, because it is pretty disgusting how strong it is. Sustained bombardment for a pretty significant period of time with like full AP damage on the missile itself and the explosion radius, because I do believe it has a small explosion aura. Flappa's getting run down, and the Storm Riders get up on the point. Wait, oh no way, Jaden's gonna win the game. Wow. No shot, dude. That's crazy. I thought that Lynn had just enough points to actually win on the single cap, but within 9 points, we see Jaden walking away with the win in bracket. Which honestly makes Lynn's win of the finals all the more impressive. Being able to rally up and making a couple call-outs in terms of spells and abilities and units that just hard countered his opponent, even when his opponent mixed up his own build. Cool beans, man. Yeah, Acid Burp, oh man, 2,500 is still pretty ridiculous. One's Savage Orc Error Boy, got 1,300 value. The others were very lackluster, though. Rugled's made up for it. Not super surprising. Flappa's really disruptive. Stone Troll's not so good. The Biggins were really valuable. The High Elves just hold so much better. And yeah, their archers, the archer line was really ferocious. 600, 1182, triple value archer almost. And all of them functionally paid for themselves. This is a nice chunky little up trade. Sisters of Avalon with 1600 value too is pretty nice. That's also that's 500 gold in terms of up trade. So over 700, 200, about 50, another 150. It's almost, there's nearly 2,000 gold worth of up trades from this Archer and Sister of Avalon line. Atharian paid for himself. Definitely was not as good in this game as he was in the other. But the other game also had a Sea Elemental, which was disrupting but pretty much the entire army that Jaden brought in that finals matchup. Cool beans. Yeah, Rahagir's Pride, I think if you keep Rahagir's Pride from diving quite as deep as they ended up going and then getting run down by Biggins, I think you've got a nice little unit here that can break open a few more positions for you in the late stages of the game, and maybe you can steal that win. But really well done, regardless, by Lyn. And Spearman honestly got decent value, I guess. Although it did come in multiple times. Storm Rider's really probably the only infantry that was truly cost-effective. And yeah, the Silver Helms were really bad, honestly. Yeah, I think just a couple of them is better. The Illyrid Reaver Cap tend to be a little bit more powerful here because they have pretty decent stats. As long as they don't get charged by Biggins, they can just, like, lock them down in a mobility fight for an interminable period of time. Make it really hard for the orcs to adequately, like, secure their flanks and the edges of the battlefield and then choke out the objectives. Especially with lots of archer fire and big monsters rampaging around. Great games. Great games today, guys. That's going to be it for me here. That's about the limit of what I've got in me, so I'm going to go ahead and tune out. I hope I covered, I think I covered a game from just about everybody. Oh no, there's 2 players here. I don't think I covered any of their games. That's unfortunate. Is there one where they're playing one another? Not really. Dirk on Ogres versus Tomb Kings. By the way, Ogres Tomb Kings is easily the most cursed matchup in the entire game. This is disgustingly one-sided in favor of the Tomb Kings. Tomb Kings can basically throw spaghetti at the wall and all of it just sticks immediately. Ogre Kingdoms, because all their Noblars just spend the entire game running away, just don't have any way to clear the Spearmen and the Tomb Guard. They could if the Leadbelchers could stay alive, but Chosen of the Gods and then big constructs like Sphinx just kind of bully their way into the middle of the formation, usually. And the Sphinx, with all of its mass, 5,500, just doesn't care about Orc Bulls, or Ogre Bulls. It'll get on a Leadbelcher, rip it up, and then just run away. It's kind of hard to counter the Sky Striders, too, because the Sky Striders can, like, come out. They can get good damage on the Necrosphinx, then they get blitzed down by Chosen of the Gods and Sepulchral Stalkers, and then they get caught on, like, Tomb Guard Halberds, and then just poked away, poked to death by Bowmen. There's so many good units here for the Tomb Kings. But yeah. Alright, sorry for the 2 people who I didn't really get to see a replay of. I'll be back around soon. ASAP, and we'll see if we can find a little bit more time to do some of the replays from today I didn't get to. It did well. I'll watch it off stream. If it's a really good game, then I'll cast it potentially. Alright, guys. I'll see y'all around. Thank you for coming in and hanging out with me. Had a really good time. Okay, good to know. I'll take a little look at it. Peace out, guys. Y'all take care.